get the meeting started immediately. Please take your seats. Please take your seats, and we'll get the meeting starting right away. Thank you very much. Henry Scott, if you'll come up to the podium and lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Thanks, Scott. Will you please come up to the podium and lead the Pledge of Allegiance? Henry Scott, going once, going twice.
What are you asking?
I pledge
Henry Scott.
He can't do it, he's a journalist.
Huh. All right, who else? Dan Moore, Kathy Blavis. Come on. Thank you, Kathy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, David.
Good evening. Commissioner Huebner is absent tonight, so the minutes will reflect that at the next meeting. Commissioner Lightfoot?
Here.
Commissioner Jones?
Here.
Commissioner DeLuccio?
Here.
Commissioner Buckner?
Here.
Vice Chair Guy?
Here.
Chair Elchel?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
With respect to the agenda, we're going to suggest a couple of changes. First of all, item number 13, we would move to the consent calendar, which is not number 13.
12.
12A, the aging in place matter, and item number 11A, the transportation demand management item, with the addition of the appointment of Vice Chair Guy as the representative on that working group, and with Sue Buckner as the alternative on that working group. And we would move that to the consent calendar. In addition, it has been proposed that the zone text amendment, item 10A, be transferred to the consent calendar. There was one speaker who is in favor of the staff recommendation, who has agreed to accept the transfer to the consent calendar. And with all those changes, if there is no objection from the members of the commission, that will be those will be the amendments to the agenda. And I would move the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
I seconded it. What happened?
Mark your.
It's not coming up.
It's not coming up. All those.
It says you all voted for it. There you go. Wait.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. Roy is not here, so it is unanimously moved with the changes. Next item is the approval of the minutes of November 19th. Are there any changes, additions, or corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve them?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Motion by Commissioner DeLuccio, seconded by Commissioner Jones.
Oh, I don't remember my license.
Please mark your votes. 3-6 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention for absence. The minutes are therefore passed. Public comment.
We have two. Our first speaker will be Stephanie Harker.
Stephanie, yes.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners and members of the public and staff. I have to leave right after this for a rehearsal this evening for our holiday play for the children. So I wanted to just say a few things on 10B and 10C. 10B, I'm opposed to the staff recommendation for reasons that you will probably hear ad nauseum tonight. I agree with those who oppose. And on 10C, I am in support of the staff's recommendation for this 22 units of housing WHCHC project. The new design, or the current design, I guess, I don't know how many incarnations it's gone through, but the Spanish colonial style is much more appropriate for our historic area, tipping its hat to the historic nature of that street. And I'm certainly happy to hear that it's not going to be 6 stories creeping up into our residential areas, since it's not actually on the boulevard. It's quite a lovely project at this point. There's still some issues to be worked out with the current residents, and I hope we will, as a community, and the city will bend over backwards to help those people who are basically being Ellised out. They do get to come back. They are being given some money, but they are mostly seniors and disabled and people who really need a hand, and a hand up, let's say, or a leg up. And so I'm in hopes that we will do everything that can be done to help them. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Kathy Blavis.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. Good evening, commissioners and members of the public. I too cannot stay for the whole meeting, so I'm going to comment on 2 items. The first item would be with regard to the cell tower. I too am opposed to the cell tower. I have concerns with regard to health issues, even though there seems to be no stated impact. It's just a scary idea, especially over the heads of children. And I'm hoping that that will not be passed. I found it interesting that one of the reasons for passing it was the hardship for the provider, and that there's no other location nearby, but I can't imagine something can't be figured out. So I am opposed to that. With regard to item 10C, Blue Hibiscus, I just want to acknowledge, and I think I have done this here before, why I initially opposed this project, and that was because of the language in the October 2014 consent item brought by WHCHC, and that was that the existing tenants of the Detroit bungalows, all who were eligible, would be coming back to the new building. It was the word eligible that had me opposed to anything that was happening. Once that language was changed and that all residents were guaranteed to come back to the new facility, I looked at it with a different eye. I hope that that's the case. I hope funding will not change and that all of a sudden they won't. I know that aspect of this is not your purview, but I'm in hopes that this commission can at least keep that in mind this evening. The other thing is with regard to their compensation, also, again, not part of your purview, but hoping that the compensation will last as long as it takes for the new building to be constructed. Having said that, I noted at the design review what Michael Vojkolevich had to say with regard to the laundry room and the fitness room on the 4th floor. I think his point is very well taken. I think those 2 facilities would be best served on a lower floor. Everything else aside, I really do appreciate the attention the architect to the neighborhood, to fitting in, to complementing the neighborhood. Even though it has a mix of styles, this building really complements the Spanish style that is so prevalent in that area. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, and that concludes.
Chair, we have one more speaker. What's your name?
And who is that?
Hello. My name is Michelle Mars, and I live on Spalding Avenue, and I'm here to tell you that as a tax-paying homeowner of 30 years, I oppose the proposed duplex at 7701 Lexington because the style of the building is not harmonious with the rest of the craftsman homes in our neighborhood. Also, we saw the design. It's 2,600 square feet, and there's going to be many people living there. Even though it's a duplex, and some people would think only 4 people would live there, there are 2 800-square-foot basements that could possibly house 2 more families beneath the structure. I made a quick diagram here about the parking disaster in our neighborhood. At the end of Spalding here, we have the fire department. They don't have enough parking in their lot for their cars. Consequently, they're encroaching on our parking up here on Spalding. The proposed duplex will be here at the corner of Spalding and Lexington, and there could be as many as 14 to 16 cars from people living in that duplex because if there's 6 bedrooms and couples living in each bedroom, because as you know, most people don't raise their families in West Hollywood. These bedrooms are not going to be occupied by children. These bedrooms are going to be occupied by adults. And if those adults have partners, with 6 bedrooms, you could have as many as 12 cars for the people who are living in the duplex. And if 2 people live in each basement, that's 4 more cars. So 12 and 4. We're looking at a huge parking disaster in our neighborhood because the fire department encroaches on our parking up here. Up here on Hampton.
Excuse me.
Yes.
When is this item on the agenda?
Excuse me?
When is this item on our agenda?
Well, Kathy just spoke on it, so I thought it was now.
No, it isn't.
It isn't?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then
There is no Lexington item on tonight's agenda. So if you wish to consult with staff to find out when it is going to be heard and come back on that date, I don't know anything about this.
You don't know anything
project.
about the 7701 Lexington?
No.
Well, I'm giving you a heads up, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We will see you when it is on the agenda. And thank you for coming. Are there any other speakers?
That is all.
That will conclude the public comment for the first go-around for tonight. Items from Commissioner Stacy?
Nothing at this time.
Donald?
Nothing at this time.
Sheila?
No, sir.
Sue?
Only that I'd like to request that we adjourn the meeting and with respect for the people that were injured and killed in the our close by San Bernardino. That's just my thought.
Thank you. David?
None, thank
Please record that. David,
no
nothing,
comment.
and I have nothing at this time. Director's report. John Kehoe?
You have nothing.
Oh, Stephanie, I'm sorry I didn't see you.
Good evening, Commissioners, members of the public. I have just a few quick items for you tonight. From the last City Council meeting, there's 2 items that might be of interest to you. Council approved a contract with a seismic consultant. This means we are kicking off this week a seismic study of all of the buildings in West Hollywood. That program begins with an actual field study of all of the buildings in the city. And once we have that database assembled, then we'll begin to look at policy recommendations about how we can better manage the seismic risk to our community. The other item from the last council meeting that you might be interested in is that council gave us direction to begin the process of looking at a conservation overlay zone for the Norma Triangle neighborhood. So as you recall, we did a conservation overlay zone for the West Hollywood West neighborhood recently, and the Norma Triangle Association requested that we take a similar look at their neighborhood. Council agreed and gave us that direction at their last council meeting. Coming up on Monday's meeting, there's 2 items that have come before Planning Commission. The first is 1216 Flores. This is a 14-unit condo building that is coming before City Council on appeal on Monday. And also the Center for Early Education, the specific plan for the expansion of that campus, which also came before Planning Commission. That will also be heard by Council on Monday. That's all I have for tonight. I know you have a long agenda. So unless there's additional questions for me?
I have a quick question. I have a question. So we've done specific guidelines for the West Hollywood West neighborhood. Now you're looking at the Norma Triangle, and I suspect there may be another neighborhood or two that may come forward at some point in the future. Have you thought about perhaps doing something that's a template type of, analysis? Instead of each time going out and getting consultants, is there some uniform?
We're not starting from scratch with Norma Triangle. We are starting with the West Hollywood West guidelines as the template, but we think it's appropriate, as do the neighborhoods, that each neighborhood be looked at to see if there are individual issues where it needs to be tweaked to be more specific and more focused for that particular neighborhood. So we are starting with the West Hollywood West as the guidelines, and we'll be tweaking that to make it fit for that particular neighborhood.
Terrific, thank you.
If not, thank you very much, Stephanie. Consent calendar, we will now take up the consent calendar, which includes now 10A, the zone text amendment, the transportation working group item, and the aging in place. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar in total? Donald made the motion. Is there a second? David seconded it. Cast the votes. All are accounted for. 6 ayes, no nays, and Roy is absent. So it is, the consent calendar is approved in total. Public hearings. 10A has been approved in the consent calendar, and we're now at 10B, 1271 North Fairfax, the item with respect to the wireless Verizon application for the cell tower on Fairfax. A couple of things before we start. This afternoon at my home at just after 4 o'clock, I received this pile of correspondence, and here at the desk at about 10 after 6, I received this pile of correspondence. It's certainly impossible to read this much paper in that amount of time, in that short period of time. So those things that are submitted just before a hearing are not really going to get read, nor probably going to get much consideration. I would encourage anybody that wants to submit stuff in writing to get it in considerably before the hearing, so that it can be given the proper consideration that it deserves. With respect to the hearing, people who wish to testify, people who wish to speak will be given 2 minutes. The applicant will be given 10 minutes, and the public will be given 2 minutes each. The applicant will be given 5 minutes for rebuttal. I would encourage that people who are here to say something consider not being repetitive. As I scanned through some of this material, it all seemed somewhat repetitive. So if you have something to say that is repetitive of what is in this material or repetitive of what other people have said, please consider either saying, I agree what has been said with what has been said before, or I agree with what has been written in communication that has been submitted to the staff. Let's try and make this as concise and as speedy as possible. And now let's proceed with the staff presentation. Derek.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Derek Purification, Assistant Planner for the City of West Hollywood. The applicants, Verizon Wireless and the St. Ambrose Church, are requesting to install an unmanned wireless telecommunication facility within the existing bell tower of the St. Ambrose Church, along with related equipment within a 168 square foot enclosure at ground level. The wireless facility is allowed with the approval of a minor conditional use permit. Wireless facilities are allowed in the R4 zone if located on the rooftop of a building that is at least 80 feet in height. The applicant is applying for a variance in order to locate the equipment below the 80-foot minimum requirement. Now, before I go a little further into the presentation, I feel it's important to understand our limitations and how federal law preempts the city from basing its decision on the effects of radio frequencies. The Telecommunications Act states that no state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning emissions. Now, although the city cannot make or base its decision on RF emissions, the city can make a decision on the criteria such as height, co-location, area of location on the building itself, zoning, and aesthetics. Cities may exercise zoning authority over wireless facilities so long the regulations do not actually or effectively prohibit the carrier from providing wireless service. Just a quick overview of the general area. The property is zoned R4B and is developed with a church and accessory structure and at-grade parking. The building itself is approximately 45 feet in height, with the only architectural projection ranging from 78 feet 6 inches to the top of the bell tower, and then 93 feet 6 inches to the top of the cross. To the south are the Larchmont Charter School and more at-grade parking. To the east is the Crescent Heights Methodist Church and R4B multifamily to the north and to the west. Sure you're aware that we've gotten quite a bit of correspondence, as well as a petition in opposition of the project. There has been confusion as to whether or not the property owner, the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, has given permission to Verizon Wireless to locate their antennas on the property. Permission was granted, and the applicant has stated that there are a few meetings organized by the school and the church to answer any questions that anyone might have had regarding the proposal, although this was not required by code. Here is a photo simulation of what we'd expect to see. The applicant is proposing to install 9 8-foot tall antennas with associated equipment within the existing bell tower. The antennas will be installed on 3 arrays with 3 antennas per array, each pointing west, north, and east. There will be no antennas facing south. The applicant is proposing to modify the upper portion of the existing stucco finish and replace it with fiberglass reinforced plastic, or FRP. The new FRP will be finished and painted to match the existing bell tower. Visually, the changes will be minimal, if any. Along with the antennas, the applicant is also proposing to install 2 equipment cabinets and a backup generator, all 3 at ground level. It would be located behind the property to the west, and that would be screened from the public right-of-way and from public view. It would be installed within a 168 square foot block wall enclosure, and the height of the bell tower will not change, and the existing cross will be replaced with no changes proposed. This is just another view. This is from Fairfax facing south towards Fountain. Excuse me. The applicant has shown that there is significant need for coverage in the immediate area of Fairfax and Fountain, and that there is no other opportunities to collate the proposed antennas and provide the coverage that's needed. The applicant has shown that there are no other buildings that are above 80 feet in height that are feasible to address the coverage, and that are also above the 80 feet in height as required by code. Under these circumstances, federal law would preempt the city from strictly applying the 80-foot requirement, and the city should allow the applicant to erect the facility. However, the only mechanism available to allow it is a variance. The intent of the code is being met, as placing the antennas within the bell tower will conceal the antennas from being seen from the public right-of-way. In conclusion, the applicant has demonstrated that a coverage deficiency exists. No property in the area meets the code's 80-foot height requirement, and the proposed site is the best feasible location in terms of screening the facility within the existing tower for necessary coverage. This being said, staff is recommending approval of the request of minor conditional use permit and the variance. And if you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Are there any questions of staff at this time? Sheila?
Yes, I have a couple of things that I'd like to know about. Do we know what the actual area is within which they need to place a cell tower in order to fill the coverage gap? And when I say that, I mean a street on the north, south, east, and west. Did they provide us with that information?
They didn't provide it to us, but the applicant may be covering that in their presentation.
Okay. Also, do you know what the range of each one of the cell towers is? They provided us a map with the other cell towers. Do we know what the range of a cell tower is?
That's actually another question the applicant is going to be
Okay.
covering today.
Do we have any buildings in this area that are 80 feet tall, or in any R4 zone that are 80 feet tall?
I'm not too sure in all R4 zones, but in the area there's not.
Were there any other sites that were less than 80 feet tall that were investigated fully?
There is a location over on Hayworth, I think another one down on Fairfax, but again, I think that's another question that
Okay.
the applicant can get into more detail about.
All right, I think that takes care of what I have
Thank
to
you.
ask you. Thank you.
Donald?
I know we're here basically to discuss aesthetics. That's our role. We had a broader role, I guess, years ago, and all these had to come before the Planning Commission. And typically, the approval's over the counter. Is that correct? With a minor conditional use permit?
Minor conditional use permit would actually be seen by the director.
But the directive
Correct.
approval, and being that there's a variance involved, that's why it's been bumped up to this body?
Correct.
Okay, so my question is, how, you mentioned that obviously the bell tower structure is going to change because inside the structure you're going to be putting the antennas. And you used the word changes, minimal changes. We're here to discuss aesthetics. How will it look after they're installed? Do we have any assurance that aesthetically that the tower will look the same?
It will look the same. The only difference you'll see is on the actually I can show you here. You can see where the opening on the upper portion of the bell tower, that's the only portion that's going to be modified. And they would be removing the stucco and they'd be replacing it with the FRP. The FRP, and this is something that maybe the applicant can get more into. It's a material where the frequencies can actually go through without being blocked.
Currently, there's speakers that ring the bell in the tower. Are those speakers going to be removed?
They'll remain.
They'll remain?
They'll be removed during the process, but they'll be replaced.
And then one final question. I know that there's a lot of correspondence this evening, and a lot of it addresses safety issues not having to do with the transmissions, safety having to do with the structural safety of the tower
Right.
after it's renovated, and assurance that it won't become a safety hazard and collapse at some point seismic. Have you addressed that with the applicant? Has the applicant given you assurance? Have you done any studies that it would not become a hazard in the future?
At this point, this isn't something that we normally review. It's normally reviewed during plan check. So everything, just like any other building here in the city, it gets reviewed during plan check and it meets building code.
Mm-hmm.
So it would meet the minimum requirements by building code.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I have a quick question. This may be a little repetitive, but I just want to make sure that I'm very clear on the grounds on which we can legally make a decision tonight about this agenda item. So this is strictly a matter of, and this is directed to both staff and to the city attorney, this is a matter of land use and aesthetics, correct? We cannot take into consideration the RF radiation, is that correct?
That's correct. Under the Federal Telecommunications Act, your decision can be based on aesthetics. It can also be based on seismic safety or the structure of the building. But as staff mentioned, that review would be done at a later step in the process.
Great, thank you.
David?
Following up with Commissioner Jones's question for the city attorney, so they need a variance to do this under 80 feet, correct?
That's correct.
And absent a finding with respect to aesthetics or seismic issues, which aren't under our purview, that would be under building and safety's purview. But so going back to absent an issue with aesthetics, we legally we can't deny, we can't do anything about that. Is that correct? Could you walk me through that, please? I just want to make sure we have it for the record.
Sure. So the way the Federal Telecommunications Act works, it is intended to ensure that the public has sufficient access to telecommunication services. And so that's pretty much the starting point for the federal government is, do people have access to wireless service? So what the city does in its review pursuant to the federal law is it has to look at whether the applicant has established, number one, that there is a need for coverage. And the map that was shown previously shows an area of red, which is the void in coverage. And the applicant has shown to staff that there is a need for additional coverage. And under the federal law, if that need is shown, the city is preempted from essentially prohibiting the wireless carrier from providing that additional coverage. And so balancing that access to coverage with our land use authority, that's why your decision can be based on so few factors.
So following up, if we're prohibited from denying it, and if we don't issue a variance, we're denying it effectively, right? So we're prohibited. It's just following the logic here. I mean, just
Right. So if a variance is not granted for this property, the applicant would likely need to consider other properties in the area. And it's my understanding from reviewing this project and working with staff that there are no other feasible locations within the area that would satisfy the 80-foot requirement. So a variance would be required in any event.
understood. Thank you.
I'll go ahead, Sue.
One more question of our city attorney. It says the initial basis is, does the public have access to wireless coverage? And my understanding, and I'll wait to hear more from the applicant, is that there is coverage. It's just not exceptional coverage, or there's some areas, some lapse in coverage. So I hope that the applicant is going to address that issue, because it's something that I want to hear about. Because I haven't heard that there was no coverage. They already have a tower very close in there, and there is Verizon coverage there. It's just that during certain peak hours. So I'd like to see some data that would support their claim that they need this based on coverage. Okay?
Along the same lines that David brought up, would it not be prudent, or shouldn't, for us to be able to make a decision? Isn't it rather incumbent upon the applicant to thoroughly investigate and provide us with the information that says these are the parameters within which we must provide a cell tower? Here are the places that we've investigated where we can feasibly put that, whether they all require a variance or not, to then give this body something to look at to say, yes, they definitely need the coverage within this area. These are the potential sites. This is the best one, rather than just saying they picked one, so we have to approve it.
Yes, typically a wireless provider will provide a coverage map showing the gap in coverage and some sort of a feasibility study. And again, it's my understanding that more than one location was considered for the towers, and that this location was selected as the best feasible location. So the applicant can certainly explain in greater detail the work that they did in their feasibility study.
Okay, so providing us with all the information on that study is not required for us to make a decision?
I'll let staff.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's sort of up to the commission. I think the commission needs to hear all of the testimony, including that from the applicant, and it would be up to the commission to make that decision if they feel comfortable that there's been enough information transmitted.
Thank you very much.
Has staff received that information, and do you feel it's sufficient?
Well, we received a number of different documents, one being up on the screen right now that does indicate that. However, as with all applications, we are dependent partially on information provided by applicants and signed saying that, yes, this is indeed accurate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will open the public hearing and start with the applicant. Representative from Verizon. Did you turn in a speaker slip, sir? Is your name on it?
Yes, sir.
I don't have your name, I just have applicant. You'll give us your name, please.
Name is Justin Robinson, representing Verizon Wireless. I'm here with a number of Verizon representatives that can help answer some of the questions that you guys brought up this evening. I've joined here with our RF engineer.
By the way, you will have up to 10 minutes.
Understood. Here with our RF engineer, Verizon real estate representative, as well as our architectural firm who handles the architectural engineering. And they can address some of the construction safety standards that you had brought up with regard to FRP and the structural and size methodology that there are some concerns. Just to begin, I'd like to commend staff. We've been working together for quite a while on this site, and the staff report, draft resolution, all the documents have been prepared great. As you can see, the staff report outlined some of the photo simulations, the drawings, the RF coverage maps of our existing network. Hans will show you in a second a little bit more detail of what we're looking at from an RF perspective. We did evaluate some other properties in regards to this site, and that information was sent over to staff. We looked at the Crescent Heights Methodist Church, which is located across the street. That's currently a vacant church and is not laid out in a manner that would be advantageous to completely construct a cell site on. I think it's considered a historical building as well. We looked at the Fairfax Marquee condominiums at 1300 North Fairfax. Again, that building is considerably too low for us to provide coverage. It's also located within the City of LA's jurisdiction and is adjacent and bordering R1 zones, which are single-family residential. So unfortunately, that site won't work. We identified Hayward Towers condominiums, which is a block over. And you can see that it's the other tall building just to the north and west of the bell tower. We looked at that from an engineering standpoint and determined that it was just too high, which is also a concern that we're battling here. Due to the topography here in West Hollywood, we have kind of a difficult task in controlling our signal, and Hans can speak a little bit more into that. There were a few common threads in a lot of the opposition letters that I read, and I'm sure you've all received. The church was constructed in 1950. It's not a historic building. It doesn't show on the state, the national, or even the City of West Hollywood's historic registry. We're going to modify the existing bell tower to basically conceal all of our antennas. The only visual difference that'll be seen to the public is we'll actually close in those alcoves so that you can't see the antennas and other equipment. At this point, I'll turn it over to Hans to kind of show you some information from an RF standpoint.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hans Kalanaya. I am the RF engineer for this site. So I just wanted to first talk about the coverage and address that. This map shows the existing RF signal power as early as this morning. And, you know, as Justin spoke earlier about, you know, looking for other candidates, we identified this particular area and specifically this busy intersection of Fairfax and Fountain Avenue as a poor LTE coverage area, and also a potential capacity relief for other existing areas, other existing sites in the area. And you know, as the demand for LTE grows, the need for capacity and capacity relief increases on our side. So right now, you might have coverage in terms of, you know, voice calling and CDMA, but as we move our technology over to LTE, we have to make sure that there's no significant coverage gaps because it is really sensitive, and also we just need to move traffic away from existing sites so that you know, we can improve customer experience in terms of data speeds and voice calling on LTE. And this is the proposed propagation map for our site. If you can just look comparison, it covers wherever the poor signal is in our existing network now.
I think there are a couple of questions, gentlemen. We'll take them now, and we'll stop the clock.
Okay.
David?
I just have, well, two questions. First for you, you said one was too low, one was too high. What's the sweet spot? Like, what kind of height do you guys look for these towers?
So it really depends on the terrain. It really depends on the terrain, you know, the clutter heights, the surrounding buildings. If there's low clutter, if there's 1 to 2 story buildings around, then we don't need that much height. But if there's a case where there's a lot of tall buildings or the terrain, there's a lot of elevation, then we need the taller sites. So it really depends. It's a site-per-site basis.
And then my second question, if you can go back to the previous map. So right now, where it says St. Ambrose, there's a green and yellow strip there.
Yes.
So along Fairfax, it seems like you guys are okay, correct? But is it outside of that? Is that what the concern is, the gray around it?
Right. So this map is what's existing, and because there's nothing in this area that can dominate this area in terms of coverage, we need to maximize the footprint of our other sites. So once this proposed site comes on air, then we can pull the other sites back.
Understood.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, you said that some of the other sites that you looked at were in Los Angeles. What is bad about Los Angeles?
Nothing's bad about Los Angeles. The problem was the north, I guess it'd be the northeast corner of Fountain and Fairfax is primarily single-family residential. And placing a site in a single-family residential zone is not allowed in Los Angeles.
I understand. But if you found another tall quiet, please. If you found another tall building in Los Angeles, would that be appropriate?
We've got thousands of sites throughout Los Angeles. Single-family residential, it's against the zoning code in LA.
I understand that. But there's the Directors Guild not too far away from there. That's up on Sunset. What about that?
From my understanding, up on Sunset, we've got existing sites up there.
You seem to be reluctant to explore any sites in the general area that are in Los Angeles. Is there a reason?
No, there's no reason.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Have you explored sites in Los Angeles where you could get the kind of coverage that you're wanting to get on this particular?
So unfortunately, based off our propagations that we ran, this was a really tight search ring. And
Can't hear.
Oh, sorry. Based off our propagations that we ran, unfortunately, this search area was pretty tight, and we couldn't really move it too far because we do have the existing sites that you see in this slide, and we also do have other proposed sites to the north and to the east. So that's why we're kind of limited in moving our sites in a different area.
You have other proposed sites to the north and the east,
Proposed sites.
so you may not need this site.
Well, they're small cells, and based off our propagation that we did run, we do need it in terms of capacity.
When you say sorry to interrupt. When you say propagation that you ran, so just walk me through this because it'd be helpful. I mean, just for your reference, it'd be helpful if I had a map showing your other existing sites / proposed sites. However, when you're saying you ran a propagation, are you telling me you ran like a model or something saying, this is where we need it, and the computer just like a black box blurred out said this is the window where we need it? Is that
Right.
effectively, just dumb it down for me.
Each of these sites, they have certain fields like height, antenna size, gain, direction of the antennas where they're shooting. So this tool that we use, it propagates that. It runs a prediction on how the site actually looks in the field. So based off that, then we see a coverage hole here. And also, we have other planning tools that show us some of these sites are forecasted to exhaust in terms of capacity. So which is why we need another site there, not strictly just for coverage, but also capacity.
Okay.
Okay, can you confirm for me that you actually said what you said, that 1314 Hayworth is too tall? Is that what you said? The site that you explored, 1314, is too tall?
That's correct.
Okay, and is it higher than 80 feet or lower than 80 feet?
It is roughly 80 feet.
Could you explain why it's too tall?
Yeah, Hans can explain the engineering that goes behind having sites that are
Because
actually
you
too
do realize that 80 feet is what's in our code. So you're saying 80 feet is not appropriate for you.
Right. So the way that LTE works, we try to limit as much interference to other sites as possible. If you have more interference, the worse quality of your signal is. So if we have a height, and 20 feet does make a big difference when we look at our propagation, and when we look at other existing sites too, it does make a significant difference in terms of how far they're actually shooting. So we want to try as much as we can to contain these signals.
Define other sites. You mean your other sites?
Oh, yes. I can only
You don't want to limit interference with your other sites?
Well, our whole network.
What?
Our whole network. Verizon's network.
So, just so I understand, so if you go at 1314, and you're at 80 feet, you're saying that that'll interfere with your other cell towers, and that would impede the quality of your network?
Yes, there's a stronger probability that it would interfere with our other signals.
Would it impede the quality of AT&T's
Yes.
network?
Oh, no, we run on different frequencies.
What?
We run on different frequencies, so it does
You
not.
run on different frequencies?
Yeah.
So you would never impede the quality of anybody else's network?
No.
What
This is a real
what is the range? Okay, and from what you said, there are lots of different things that you look at, but basically, for a layman, what is the area? You heard the questions that I asked staff. What is the area north, south, east, west within which you feel that tower needs to go, and what is the range of the tower? This seems like, 9 antennas, is that a lot more range than the other sites that are on Exhibit B here? Where you show us the cell towers that you have? So can you, you're not giving us any parameters to say, this is why we can only settle on this site. This is why we have to have this site. And you're not giving us those parameters. So I'm trying to see if you have those.
Okay. Like I said before, if you look at the existing network now, you can see that where the proposed location is, it is in a area of poor coverage. And so when we move down or west, east, or north, it gets closer to where the signal is actually fair. So that's why our area is pretty tight, because we don't want to encroach onto the coverage for other sites. And then it'll cause more
Okay, so what is the range then?
of each site.
Yeah.
So it can go as far as half a mile to a mile, depending on the height and line of sight.
Okay, well, yeah, I looked at the sites that you have on Exhibit B, and, I think maybe 4,000 feet was like the longest distance between the ones that you showed in Exhibit B. So, geez, okay, that's...
Question over here.
I guess my question is the same as the chair's question. To fill the gap, you chose this location, but how did you? I'm still not clear that you explore other locations, like in the surrounding areas in Los Angeles, to fill the gap within this particular area. Could you have done it that way?
There are no suitable zoning areas that are zoned for cell sites. We look for R4s, higher density zones. We look for commercial. There are no compatible zones within the city of LA and our design requirements that would fit to meet
Okay,
this.
so you have a lot of areas that have gaps, in other words, okay? How's this area compared to other areas where you would have to explore for the future? Is this to build for future capacity you're thinking more of, or is it more for future capacity, or is it for a current situation?
It's both for coverage at current and then mostly for the future.
Mostly
So
for the future.
This is forecasted. we
So
forecasted-
mostly for the future means there's an opportunity for you to explore other areas. There's time. Is this of essence that you need this?
Well, usually these sites can take years to build, and we have a forecasted date of when other surrounding sites will exhaust. So we try to kind of start the project, and then hopefully it kind of coincides with when other sites exhaust.
And my other question had to do with seismic. Reading all the material after it's completed, how's that going to affect the structure? Is there any assurance that it won't affect it? I understand, I'm hearing that will be checked at plan, when it gets to plan check, but I don't exactly buy that. I think it's part of our responsibility here before we send it or to approve it to make sure that it is seismic safe.
Sure. It will be built to the building codes that are in place. I do have a representative here that can kind of go into more detail on how that is built, if you'd like it.
Perhaps we can do that after we hear from the public. I'd rather hear from the public right now.
I think that there seems to be... Huh?
We have time for the presentation.
No, I know that.
Oh, they have time.
I think that there seems to be a perception here that since a school is involved, that there is more of a negative pushback than when a school would not be involved. Don't you think it might be to your advantage and to your best interest to try a little harder to find another place where you wouldn't get this kind of pushback? From a customer relations point of view and from a marketing point of view. And my suggestion along those lines would be to kind of take a step back and take this as kind of an educational and a marketing tool to say to yourselves, perhaps these people and all of their friends are going to look at another service provider who isn't going to impact schools.
This is Jane Collier-Noreen from Verizon Wireless. She can address some of that.
Good evening. My name is Jane Collier-Noreen. I appreciate staff and commissioners for listening to us this evening. I'd just like to point out that what we're trying to do here is to provide coverage for our customers in this area, in this specific spot where there isn't coverage. We're talking about providing also future LTE 4G coverage, which we don't really have right now.
Excuse me, madam. A friend of mine called me up today and said she looked, and she's very savvy with these things. She looked through the entire staff report and noticed that her residents had no coverage on your report. She gets great coverage. You know, it seems to me there's kind of some double talk here.
Okay, let's make it simple.
Please.
Couple of things in regard to a school, Larchmont Charter School. We co-locate and we build at high schools all over Southern California. It's not unusual for us to be by schools. We're in private schools all the time. Common Core, for example, that is in LA Unified, they have to have Wi-Fi, correct? So they need coverage to provide Wi-Fi for Common Core. So we're also adding an additional amount of service for Common Core, for the schools to be there for them.
I understand.
And in respect to coverage.
I understand and I sympathize. I'm just pointing out that in this location and in this community, you're getting an inordinate amount of pushback.
Understood?
I would suggest you step back, take a look. There are other sites around, and I think there is a way to make this work in another situation.
I guess I'm trying to point out in this specific area where we've already shown where the existing Verizon sites are located, that we have, that we're providing a spot where St. Ambrose is that will take the heavy traffic of our existing sites and offload that. So it's no different than, say, a lamp with a lampshade, and you have people surrounding that lampshade, correct? All of a sudden, the people outside that lampshade area can't see anything. They have shadows, nothing there.
And
we're trying to get coverage in this area, and we have shown alternative sites where we can't go to. If we went across the street to the church, we'd have to build an 80-foot tall tower, correct? Am I wrong? 80-foot tall tower at the church across the street, which is no different, really in difference than where the Larchmont Charter School is, correct? The only other alternative is the site to the northeast is
1314 Hayworth.
correct?
1314 Hayward.
And northwest is 1314 Hayworth, which is already 80 feet tall or more, if everyone's saying everything's correctly. We can't go 80 feet tall because that then transmits over and across and affects the adjacent existing sites we already have. So it interferes and it causes interference, and then people don't get coverage.
I'm sorry. Didn't you just say that at the church across the street, it wouldn't work because you had to build a tower 80 feet tall if you use that site?
Well, that's your code, is 80 feet, correct? Your code says we would have to do 80 feet.
But you said you would have to build a tower that was 80 feet tall, and then you've got an 80-foot building, and you said that's too tall.
Yes, and my point is, I can't do 80 feet tall because 80 feet is too tall. It will interfere with my existing sites already. Thus, people won't get coverage when you interfere. Am I wrong?
That's why you're asking for a variance, correct?
We're asking for a variance to meet the code requirements.
In order to know to
This is an existing bell tower. We are putting antennas inside it. It will be totally stealth, correct? It's the least intrusive measure available. Then what you're asking me to do is go on the alternative site, which is 1314 Hayworth. If I went there, I would have to go at the 63-foot height level of that condominium, correct? And I can't do that because I'd be right at the windows of somebody's home, technologically speaking. So I can't go on 1314 Hayworth. I can't go above at the top, on the rooftop there, because my signal then is then transmitting across and destroying the network, thus destroying my customer service. They aren't going to get it. So I've got to find the balance, and this tower, which is already existing, already there, provides that service to meet the requirements for both the city, the school, us as neighbors. It gets us there. It's the least intrusive project to do.
But it certainly is the most damaging to your PR.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do care about the community. I care very much about the community.
Oh,
And we are part of it. I'm just trying to explain, and
I understand.
I think the city attorney has a comment.
Oh, yes, I did.
Excuse me, Mr.
I heard
Chair.
a voice, but I didn't know from where.
I think it may be helpful. It sounds like some of the questions that the commission has and some of the information that's being provided in response to those questions may be in the balance of the presentation. So it may be helpful to allow the applicant to conclude their presentation.
Conclude your presentation.
Thank you.
I did want to address the subject about co-locating on other carrier sites. Based off our database, this is what we see as other carriers in the existing area. So you can see that T-Mobile, AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile, they're all accounted for. We also have other tower companies like Crown Castle, SBA, also included in this map. And as you can see, we don't have anything, we can't see anything there that's there. And also, the website OpenSignal, it was provided in the opposition letter. And I just wanted to point out that it's probably not the most reliable tool to use in terms of where the sites are located and if they're actually sites. And just to double check that, I checked the 4 nearest sites around our proposed location, and two of them were off by a bit, and the other 2 were nothing was really nearby. That shows our Verizon site. So you can see that the red squares shows where our existing sites are located, but according to the OpenSignal map, it does not show a Verizon facility. So we can't really trust this 100% that this is in fact other viable co-locatable sites.
Are you finished with your presentation? Or
We'll certainly answer any additional questions you may have, and
You didn't really answer my question about the safety and seismic of the structure when it's
would you like
completed.
to do that now or after the public?
Whenever. Yeah, we can do after the
You
public.
can choose to do it after the public, and you have how many minutes left on your
3 minutes, 10 seconds.
And we can add 3 minutes to your rebuttal in order to cover some of the things that weren't answered now.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll continue with the public testimony. And remember, each one who chooses to speak will have 2 minutes. And please remember, don't be repetitive. And you may certainly say, I agree, from where you are sitting. You may rise and say, I agree with what everybody else is saying, and even read their minds what everybody else is thinking. Alicia Lara, to be followed by Suzanne Goin.
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alicia Lara, and I'm privileged to serve as the chair of the Board of Directors for Larchmont School. We are here to strongly oppose the variance request and the cell tower. As you can see, there are members of our community who will speak on this item and why it should not be granted by the Commission. But before you hear these arguments, I want to just take a moment to introduce you to this amazing school and this amazing community. Larchmont was started 10 years ago by a group of parents who are passionate about public education. If you walk onto our campus, you will see our values in action: diversity, community, and achievement. What started out as a small kindergarten to second grade program with a few dozen children has grown into an extraordinary pathway from kindergarten to 12th grade with over 1,400 students on 4 campuses. Today, Larchmont is one of the highest performing schools in the district. We're proud to say that St. Ambrose is one of those campuses serving over 200 children, ages from 4 years old to 8 years old. These are our youngest children. In 2005, we signed a lease with St. Ambrose, and at the time, the property was largely neglected and considered a blight in the neighborhood. This community and these parents raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to refurbish the site, and they also put in thousands of volunteer hours to turn this blighted corner into a thriving school. Today, they continue to tirelessly raise money and volunteer for the school for programs and to keep the property well maintained. I'm proud to say that the Fountain and Fairfax area is vibrant economically and otherwise because of the school. Our board of directors has unanimously passed a resolution, which you should have, which unequivocally opposes the cell tower and the variance request. We are part of this community. We are West Hollywood. We're proud of this, and we want to find a different alternative. Thank you.
And several of us, including Ms. Lara.
Ms. Lara.
Ms. Lara.
Ms. Lara.
Ms. Lara. Several of us, including Donald and I, were here in 2005 when you came before this commission and the city, and we were very happy to support it.
Thank you very much.
Don't we both look really good?
Thank you. It's a fabulous school, and if you haven't had an opportunity to come onto our campus, we invite you there.
Thank you.
Suzanne Goin.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Suzanne Goen. I'm the chef and owner of Luke Restaurant, just right down the road on Melrose. I'm a business owner as well as a property owner here in West Hollywood, and I'm also a Larchmont Charter School parent and a part of that community that Alicia just told you about. I love West Hollywood. I love doing business here. I love being a part of this community. I feel great connection and pride and loyalty. It's the site of my first restaurant that we opened in 1998, Luke. It's the support of this creative and thoughtful city that allowed me to grow my company, which now encompasses 10 food-related businesses. As a West Hollywood business and property owner, I know how careful I have to be operating in this city and how much care I take to do the right thing here. That said, I do not think Verizon has done the necessary structural safety assessments any party doing business in West Hollywood must do, nor, with their alteration of the bell tower, are they upholding the city's aesthetic, cultural, and community standards. Our group of parents will go into this in more detail, but suffice it to say that as a West Hollywood business owner who employs 50 people and brings over $4 million of revenue to the city of West Hollywood, I strongly oppose Verizon's request. Thank you.
Daniel Lazar, to be followed by Matthew Tabak, and can we hold our applause until it's all over? Otherwise, we'll be home on Saturday.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Commission, for hearing me out today. Appreciate it. I'm Dan Lazar. I'm a parent at Larchmont Charter. I'm one of the folks leading the charge here. We have 1,000 names, actually more than 1,000 names, opposing this tower. Many of these people are here tonight. I want to give you a quick introduction to what we're going to cover that should help you track some of the things that we found in doing our research. Number one, before I say anything, I want to make it very clear, none of our opposition has anything to do with RF. None of it whatsoever. So if anyone is inclined to read into it, that is not the case. So here's number one. Verizon doesn't need this tower. I don't need an Audi. You don't need a Rolex. It's clearly, their towers are bumping into each other. They said it themselves. There is no need. That's the first thing. The second thing is, there is an aesthetic issue here. The windows in that bell tower are the bell tower, and if those are going to be obscured, the bell tower is going to be obscured. Your photo showed that alone, and we'll cover that. Lastly, Verizon has not met the burden of proof that they tried to co-locate. They have not met the burden of proof of truth that there's bad cell coverage. Is it the best in the world? Perhaps not. Is it bad? I don't think it's bad because I'm a Verizon subscriber and I get great cell coverage because I'm on my phone every day on the way to school. I just want to conclude, my time's almost up, by saying that we are not a combative group. We met with the church. That was our idea. We've called Verizon. That was our idea. This school is in the spirit of collaboration. We love our community. We love our kids. And everything we say tonight is in that spirit of cooperation and moving forward on a positive note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Matthew Tabak, followed by Kathleen Davidson.
Thank you. According to the code, variances shall only be issued upon a showing of good and sufficient cause. Verizon claims their good and sufficient cause is a coverage deficiency in the areas of Fountain and Fairfax, and that there's a service gap at peak times. This is despite our boasting of having the most extensive coverage in the United States. Verizon has not presented any evidence or concrete data that supports this assertion of a coverage deficiency, which, by the way, according to them, only encompasses one intersection. The only thing they have done is give us a few screenshots that have not been verified by anyone who's an independent technical person. That's their assertion. Here's a screenshot that says it was taken this morning. We don't have any proof of that. Maybe it was taken a year ago. I have no idea. They need to provide documentable, verified proof that there is no gap. However, a service gap does not give Verizon the right to install a new tower anyway. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and this is the most important thing here, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in California has already ruled on this. The court said the Telecommunications Act of 1996 does not assure every wireless carrier a right to seamless coverage in every area it serves, and that the inability to cover a few blocks in a large city is, as a matter of law, not a significant gap. Moreover, Verizon wants to improve their capacity. Improved capacity means faster speed. We'd like to remind the Commission that there is nothing in the Telecommunications Act that guarantees wireless companies the right to increase speed, nor does it guarantee them the right to address their future needs. They must only address their needs now. They talked a lot about the future. The Telecommunications Act does not give them that right. Moreover, where is their alternate sites analysis that they presented? They keep talking about Hayworth. The fact that they said they can't go there when they just talk about it, these are just assertions that are not backed up by any documentable independent evidence.
Could you please, sir, give that citation to the city attorney?
Which the citation about the telecommunication?
You
the
just cited a case.
You want me to give it to them now or later?
Now would be a good.
The Ninth Circuit.
When you finish speaking.
It's Metro versus It's Metro.
Excuse me, sir.
It's in San Francisco. It's Metro PCS versus San Francisco.
Well, do you have it?
Do I have it? The entire court case? No, I do not.
Citation.
Pardon me?
The citation.
I don't have the actual citation. Yeah. I do have the citation.
Thank you.
Okay, you'll give it to the city attorney.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Kathleen Davidson. To be followed by Rachel Rogers.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kathleen Davidson, and I've been a member of the West Hollywood community for over 10 years. I oppose this resolution. Please review my evidence submitted at the beginning of this meeting. I hope you have it in front of you. I have submitted coverage maps of the area around 1271 North Fairfax from Verizon's website, verizon.com. This is the coverage map that they provide to their customers showing exceptional coverage. Also, I included a coverage map of the same area from opensignal.com showing all networks providing service in this community. My third evidence is crime stats from November to December of 2015 in the 1 mile radius of St. Ambrose. The problem with lower antennas is that they are more easily accessible and subject to vandalism that will endanger public safety. It's very easy to climb up on that church roof and then pop in up through the window and get a hold of that equipment. I have no idea if this 1924 bell tower foundation has been evaluated for the additional weight proposed. The generator at the rear of the building will have most likely sulfuric acid batteries, which means water cannot put them out if there is a fire. Service technicians will also be on and around the school property to service that generator. Hopefully, Verizon will disclose how often and when. I believe Verizon owes the City of West Hollywood and its people a specific and exhaustive list of alternative sites, in addition to the 2 that were listed in their exhibit, and that the names of the neighborhood watch groups that were mailed to are disclosed, because right now it just says neighborhood watch groups. I have not been able to get in touch with those captains. Please consider a third-party engineer when measuring RF per required by FCC, both before and after proposed project. Thank you.
Rachel Rogers. Rachel Rogers, to be followed by Adam Silverstein.
My name is Rachel Rogers, and I am a businesswoman who conducts a lot of business in the city of West Hollywood, and particularly I do tech PR. I run communications for a wide variety of tech companies. So the idea, and I do business anywhere that I can, because that's the brilliance of tech, is that you don't have to go to an office. I can do it from Starbucks, I can do it from wherever I can do it, and I'm always on my phone. So the idea that we have no coverage in this area is just ludicrous. I wouldn't be able to conduct business. So that's one point that I really would like to make. The second is that there was no attempt to co-locate, and Verizon's permit should be denied because the applicant has not demonstrated the need for a tower in accordance with section 19.36.350 of the municipal code, and has not found the least intrusive site for the tower. This code mandates that wireless transmission facilities be located at least 1,000 feet apart from each other. According to OpenSignal, a Verizon cell tower in St. Ambrose Church would be located less than 1,000 feet from 6 other cell towers. This includes 4 T-Mobile towers, a Verizon tower, and an AT&T tower across the street from the church.
Thank you, Adam Silverstein, to be followed by Claire Rochen.
Hello, thank you. I've worked in West Hollywood since 1996.
State your name and city of residence.
Adam Silverstein, Los Angeles. I'm a Verizon customer, and I use my phone on the property. I've never had a problem once. When is a variance not a variance? When an approved variance effectively becomes a change in the municipal code because of federal laws that dictate a permanent change in the code, which would not allow discrimination against other wireless carriers seeking the same variance. Approval of this variance sets a precedent for the R4B zone in the West Hollywood Municipal Code for telecommunications facilities. Per the Telecommunications Act of 1996, Section 704, prohibits any action that would discriminate between different providers of personal wireless services, such as cellular wide area SMR and broadband PCS. It also prohibits any action that would ban altogether the construction, modification, or placement of these kinds of facilities in a particular area. If the West Hollywood Municipal Code needs to be changed, then it needs to go through the normal legislative process to amend the code. Verizon's requested variance violates the standard zoning requirements for cellular wireless cell phone antennas with an R4B residential zone, which is where St. Ambrose is located. West Hollywood Municipal Code 19.36.350, Section 3CA states, wireless transmission facilities shall be allowed only if located on the rooftop of a building that is at least 80 feet in height or attached to the side of a rooftop stairwell or other pre-existing appurtenant rooftop structure on a building that is over 80 feet in height. Verizon's proposed cell tower will be mounted at a height of 62.5 feet, almost 18 feet below the minimum height stipulated in the code. Moreover, the bell tower is not a rooftop. It's a single structure that is only 3 feet from the sidewalk. If the city of West Hollywood is willing to let...
Thank you.
All right.
Claire Rochen, to be followed by Valerie Weiss.
Good evening. My name is Claire Rochon. I'm a resident of the city of West Hollywood for the last 13 years. Verizon's permit should be denied for another reason. Verizon's circumstances are not dire enough to warrant variance approval. Doing so sets another dangerous precedent for the city. The West Hollywood Code stipulates that a variance shall be granted if failure to do so will result in exceptional hardship to the applicant. The code doesn't define exceptional hardship, but the Oxford English Dictionary does. It defines exceptional as unusual and hardship as severe suffering. In this way, exceptional hardship means unusual, severe suffering. Verizon asserts that denying this variance compromises its cell coverage and thereby results in unusual, severe suffering. We challenge this assertion. Verizon has $186 billion market capitalization, the largest wireless network in the United States, and 102 million subscribers, a full third of the United States. If one less Verizon tower qualifies as exceptional hardship, then what doesn't? Thank you.
Valerie Weiss, to be followed by Finus Bennett.
Hi, my name is Dr. Valerie Weiss. I live in Los Angeles and work in West Hollywood, and I have a child at Larchmont Charter School. I am a doctor because I have a PhD in biophysics from Harvard Medical School, and it's relevant because I'm going to talk about materials. The tower is unsafe. Verizon is requesting a minor conditional use permit to erect the tower. Municipal Code 19.44.60 prohibits structures that endanger or otherwise menace the health, interest, and safety or general welfare of persons residing or working near their proposed use. Verizon's plans demonstrate that its cell tower in St. Ambrose Church bell tower will do just that in 3 ways. Here are the 3 ways. First, the cell tower's materials risk bell tower fire and collapse. You've talked about the materials in your slide. The enclosure housing the antennas is made from fiber reinforced plastic, or FRP. FRP is a wall finish meant for interior use. It is more flammable than wood, and it loses strength under increased temperatures. Yet Verizon will use the material to house heavy, heat-generating equipment outdoors, including 9 8-foot antenna, 12 remote radios, and 2 surge protectors. This poses a very real risk of fire and to structural integrity. Second, the Verizon tower may increase the risk of earthquake damage to St. Ambrose Church. Verizon will demolish and rebuild the top portion of the tower in order to install the cellular antenna. The bell tower is within walking distance of the active Hollywood earthquake fault line. A seismic assessment is nowhere in Verizon's application, nor are plans for a seismic retrofit of the tower. Third, we respectfully remind the Commission that behind the church and immediately next to the school parking lot, Verizon wants to build a 12-foot by 14-foot enclosure that will hold radio units and a generator with 54-gallon diesel tank of fuel. That's about 4 carloads of flammable, toxic gasoline within a few feet of 200 school children every day. The risks of fire and collapse are especially acute because the bell tower sits only 3 feet from the sidewalk and on one of the city's busiest thoroughfares. The tower violates setback rules as well. Verizon permit should be denied for another reason. The tower is not in accordance. It should be a minimum of 13.5 feet back. It will only be 3.5 feet from the sidewalk.
Finus Bennett, to be followed by Catherine Daisy Gardner.
Hi, my name is Finus Bennett, a Larchmont Charter School parent, a 16-year resident and owner in West Hollywood. Verizon's assertion that erecting the towers results in no architectural consequences to the church has not been fully vetted. Verizon has proposed a significant structural alteration at the top of the tower where the equipment is to be located. This necessitates an evaluation of the structural integrity of the tower base upon which all of this work rests, and then it meets current standards. Otherwise, it is rendered a pointless exercise. If the tower is found to be deficient and an enhancement is prepared to shore up those deficiencies, then it is within the purview of the planning board to assess the aesthetic impact of these enhancements, and we can discard the dubious claim on the table currently that there are no aesthetic impacts. It's unclear how sealing off the bell tower constitutes no significant impact to the tower. Drawings are an abstract tool used to convey information, but the tower is a 3-dimensional object. Verizon's own photographic exhibits convey the tower in its truer context as a 3-dimensional object with both positive and negative spatial features that are recognizable, discernible, and impressionable. Sealing off the tower undermines these qualities. The planner defined FRP as fiber-reinforced plastic. Can it hold paint? The weight of the antennas, can it be formed to hold a crisp line? Does it age? Does it age in the same manner as the surrounding materials? In the interest of authentic representation, an on-site mock-up can be constructed of the very design intended which could best demonstrate all of these traits in the manner they are intended to be applied. Thank you so much.
Catherine Gardner, to be followed by Andrea Vendewald.
Hi, I'm Catherine Daisy Gardner, Larchmont Charter School parent. I wanted to talk about aesthetics. Verizon's permit should be denied because the cell tower degrades the aesthetic integrity of an architecturally important West Hollywood building. This is a violation of LA County Code of Ordinances, Title 22, Planning and Zoning, Section 22.56.040, Conditional Use Permits, Burden of Proof. Now, the Verizon rep stated that the church was built in the 50s. That is partially true. The church was rebuilt in the 1950s, but the original church was designed in 1924 by noted Los Angeles church architect Ross Montgomery. Ross Montgomery also built St. Cecilia's in Pasadena, St. Catherine's on Catalina, St. Andrews. He rebuilt the Santa Barbara Mission, and he designed the Calvary Cemetery Mausoleum, one of the most significant architectural monuments in the United States. He also worked briefly with Frank Lloyd Wright. The bell tower itself was either part of Montgomery's original design or it pays tribute to his style in the 1920s, which is when he was experimenting with Art Deco, most notably in the Doheny Chapel. The tower's clean lines, minimalist cross, and metallic copper ball are important examples of the Art Deco style, but the tower's most important detail is its windows. And you heard the representative say those would be blocked off to hide equipment. Now you can see these windows from several blocks away on Crescent and Fountain. They're part of the West Hollywood skyline. They were designed to frame LA's heavenly skies, and blocking the window with 9 antennas will destroy this visual statement, undermine the intent of its designer, and more importantly, altering the windows means altering the most striking architectural feature on this street. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Bendewald, to be followed by Mia Milano.
Hi, I'm Andrea Bendewald. I'm a parent at Larchmont. I want to talk about incompatible with existing future land uses. The following statements regard West Hollywood's resolution number PC 15-1161, Section 5D, compatibility with existing and future land uses. Verizon's tower is not in accordance with West Hollywood's Municipal Code 19.52.040, which mandates that projects be compatible with the existing and future land uses on site and in the vicinity of the subject property. The existing land use for this site and the vicinity of the subject property is for a public school. And contrary to Verizon's claims, LAUSD does not allow the sitting of cell towers near public schools. We are a public school. As outlined in the resolution put forth by the Board of Larchmont Charter School, the health and safety of our students, teachers, and staff are fundamental concerns of Larchmont Charter School. Because of the aforementioned safety hazard arising from the cell tower, fires, structural collapse, seismic risk, the project potentially endangers nearly 200 children and therefore is not compatible with the West Hollywood Municipal Code 19.52.040 and the Los Angeles County General Plan. Thank you.
Mia Milano, followed by Nona.
Hello, my name is Mia Moreno, and I'm a parent at Larchmont Charter School. Thank you so much for hearing us. There was insufficient proof of alternative site analysis, as has been touched upon previously. We demand that Verizon conduct and provide proof of an alternative site analysis as required by the City of West Hollywood to show that there is no other place within the city where the tower can be located. There was also insufficient notification. We are requesting a continuance because Verizon violated resolution number PC 15-1161, Section 2, notification by not properly informing Larchmont Charter School of the pending permit and tonight's hearing. Though our addresses are different, Larchmont Charter and St. Ambrose are located on the same site. Larchmont Charter School occupies the former campus of St. Ambrose School. We share the entire church property, the fencing surrounding the property, an auditorium, and the parking lot. Moreover, the signs announcing Verizon's application in tonight's hearing were posted around the corner from the school, out of sight from parents as they entered and left its parking lot. A notification out of view from its recipients does not qualify as notification. Verizon is subject to accessibility improvements. Verizon intends to occupy space on the site with their equipment. The church and Verizon will enter into a lease agreement of which the church will be compensated for the use of site and facility. As a result, upgrades to the site and facility are proposed in order to facilitate this understanding. This is a tenant improvement project, and per the current codes, a percentage of the construction cost of the project would need to be allocated to accessibility improvements on the site and building, and Verizon has not provided any documentation regarding this allocation. Thank you so much.
Michelle Barron, followed by Nona Friedman.
Hi, I'm Michelle Barron. I'm a parent at Larchmont Charter. I want to talk about the need for emergency 911. Verizon claims in its documentation that there is unreliable access to wireless service for emergency or 911 use. We would agree that is important. But what Verizon fails to mention is that since 1997, FCC ruling 94-102 requires any wireless carrier to connect any 911 call from any cell phone. 911 calls are guaranteed to be connected. That's the law. This is probably why Verizon has not mentioned any dropped 911 calls or mentioned any failure for 911 calls to go through, because they already do. What Verizon also didn't tell the Commission is that the City of Los Angeles has instituted LA-RICS, or Los Angeles Regional Interoperable Communication System. The system consists of 63 fixed towers and 15 mobile units that use wireless technology to allow police and firefighters to send and receive large amounts of information. So not just in the area of Fountain and Fairfax, but in all of Los Angeles County, our emergency service providers are covered. Thank you.
Nona Friedman, followed by Grace Ong.
Hi, my name is Nona Friedman. In summary, we urge you to deny this request for a variance and conditional use permit because it would set a dangerous precedent. It's grossly out of compliance with West Hollywood Code. It's not on a rooftop. It's 80 feet in height. It's not 80 feet in height. It's less than 1,000 feet away from 8 other wireless facilities. St. Ambrose Church is not the least intrusive site. Federal law does not guarantee Verizon seamless coverage. There's no documentation or testing to prove their claim of a service gap or that they've attempted to co-locate. And finally, most importantly, it jeopardizes safety in terms of danger of fire or collapse. When Larchmont's parents caught wind of the tower, many committed to pulling their kids from school if that tower goes up. This exodus would have a catastrophic impact on the school. We will lose many of the parents who fundraise, assist in the classroom, and teach after school. It will also damage the school's reputation and raise doubts about our campus. We may cease to exist. That's our reality that we have to face. I'm opposed to the tower. Thank you.
Christina Jacokonis. Thank you. Oh, Chris Ong.
Good evening, Commissioner. Thank you for listening. I'm opposing Verizon's cell phone towers because I think they violate West Hollywood Municipal Code 19.74.020, Notice of Hearing, that Section B, number 2, mailing. Notice shall be mailed or delivered at least 10 days before the hearing to the following applicant and owner, local agencies, surrounding residents and property owners, persons requesting notice. I'm a parent from Larchmont Charter School. The first time I heard about the plan for this cell phone tower was only a few weeks ago. Starting around November 20, I started talking to some of our neighbors. Everyone's response was that they were unaware about this plan. They have never been informed by mail. Then one parent from our school went to the city council to get a copy of notification, which supposedly was sent out to all the residents within 500 feet radius. I got a copy in my hand and started talking to more neighbors during Thanksgiving weekend. Only one said she had received the notification, but it wasn't clear to her what the hearing was about. All other residents claim that they have never seen such mail. Altogether, I believe I talked to 50 people live or work very closely to the cell phone tower, the future cell phone tower. That means that 98% of residents never received the mail, or they are all disorganized. Our school office staff is extremely organized. We are also one tenant within the 500 feet radius of the future cell phone tower. We too have never received such notification. I only talked to a small number of residents around. I believe more people within the 500 feet radius was not properly informed about this hearing. Otherwise, our turnout could be a lot better.
Christina Jakiukonis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yelena Viner. No. Mariela Abanaza.
Hi, my name is Mariela Bounza. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for 10 years, and I've watched the city grow into an amazing community that I'm incredibly proud of. I'm also a parent at Larchmont School, and I'm only going to say one thing, which is this day and age where we are so bombarded by technology, there has to be places that are still sacred, and a school and a church should be two of those places. So in case it isn't obvious to Verizon, there is a very passionate community, very committed community, asking you to kindly, please find somewhere else to put your towers, please.
Yelena Viner, to be followed by Polly Lynn.
I came to support Grace, and I heard many people and Verizon, and I feel that Verizon did not fail to show data gap in coverage, and proof should be on them to prove that they really need this particular location. I think they need to look further. They need to look maybe on Sunset, as you mentioned. There are a lot of commercial buildings there that are not next to the school. I think people that their children go to school, which is very close to where I live, are very passionate about it, and I think their voice needs to be heard. As a resident of the West Hollywood, I think it might it might affect the future, future of the West Hollywood, of that particular area, where property owners will have a hard time to find new tenants, especially ones with small children, because tenants who have small children will definitely explore schools' surroundings, and they will be very concerned about the tower. So that might lower the value of some properties, and that there is also a hazard of the falling antenna, or just a hazard of having a tower that might affect the school and people that live in West Hollywood area.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I just want to say, Elena is a property manager of an apartment building whom I spoke to when I was campus.
Your name?
My name is Grace Ong, and her name is Elena.
Thank you. Thank you. Polly Lynn, to be followed by Eleanor Comegis.
Good evening, Commissioner. How are you? My name is Polly Lin. I work in West Hollywood for 3 years. I represent USA Printing, which is located on Santa Monica Boulevard, and Fairfax, which is only 1 block away from St. Ambrose Church. The owner of our company is also the property owner of our workspace. One cell tower moving into the neighborhood will invite even more cell towers to move in. Our owner doesn't want this area to be blighted. He also doesn't want the tower to lower his property values. Many people in my company come to work either by bus or park in the neighborhood. We don't feel very safe walking by a tower that is loaded with many antennas. West Hollywood is a very beautiful city compared to a lot of other cities in the greater Los Angeles area. We enjoy working here and all the nice shop around. We just don't want to see West Hollywood to become unsightly, ugly, or uninviting to all the nice businesses around, which we enjoy visiting after work. Thank you.
Eleanor Comegis, to be followed by Amos Newman.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eleanor Comegis. I have been a resident of West Hollywood since 1991, and my family, including my 8-year-old daughter and my husband and I, live at 1233 North Orange Grove Avenue, which is in the immediate vicinity of where the tower would be. I don't really have anything to add. Everybody has been so eloquent in their reasons, but I just want to say that living in the neighborhood, I don't think people in the community have been accurately aware or have been have been notified of this tower. None of my neighbors knew about it. I received the notification. As someone pointed out, the sign is in an area where if you're not going down Fairfax, you're not going to see it. And I think you would have a lot more people in this room if people who reside in the area knew that the cell tower was going up. Thank you.
Amos Newman, to be followed by Dan Moran.
Hi, I'm Amos Newman. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for 20 years now. I'll make this fast because I know David's starving. I just want to say that what's really great about West Hollywood, it's true, right? What's really great about West Hollywood is that we as a community, can do this and can come before you guys and make what we all believe is, sort of an impassioned case. You guys enforce the rules, and where do you draw the line? If you allow this variance at 60 feet, is the next one at 40 feet? Is the next one on a lamppost? Where, so where does that end? The skyline, and a couple people have pointed it out. The bell tower has you can see through the bell tower, you can see the blue sky. It's a beautiful bell tower. It really highlights the street. That will be completely destroyed. The other thing I wanted to point it out is it's not a coincidence that they chose a church site to put their cell tower. The reason they've done so is because churches, they stay there forever. The church doesn't sell its property. So what Verizon is essentially doing is making the primary purpose of this property a cell tower. So I, needless to say, am against it. Thanks.
Dan Moran, to be followed by Poppy Harris.
Dan Moran, City of West Hollywood. Verizon seems to have no friends here this evening. I'm speaking solely as a 37-year resident of West Hollywood. I would deny this request solely based on the inability of Verizon to completely and adequately articulate why they need this in the first place. It seems that they want to have coverage in every square inch of this territory, and to me, and no pun intended, it seems to be overkill. I don't quite understand it, and I think also it would have been helpful for Verizon to have some kind of rendering of what the bell tower will look like after the installation of these towers, because I have no idea from what was shown on the screen of what's going to happen afterwards. So maybe even just on aesthetic grounds, I would oppose this. I also am curious, and it's not been mentioned, although it's perhaps not part of the conversation, but I'm wondering what St. Ambrose or the Archdiocese of Los Angeles is being paid by Verizon to have these towers at this location. As a lapsed Catholic, I appreciate that. That hasn't been raised, and I'm sure that St. Ambrose and the Archdiocese is not giving this space away. So how much are they getting? How much have they been paid? And this has not been mentioned. I don't know if it's germane to the conversation, but it's certainly a question that entered my mind. And therefore, I conclude my comments and wish you all a very happy holiday.
Poppy Harris, to be followed by Karen Ayers.
Hi, my name is Poppy Harris, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood and have been for 20 years. A question that I have is, where were the alternative site maps Verizon showed during their presentation? Were they available to the public before, or is Verizon in violation of the Brown Act? I'd also like to say that while walking the streets and collecting hundreds of signatures in the area on North Orange Grove and Sunset, in particular, Verizon showed a map of other cell sites by other providers in the area, and they were not all on that map. I know this because I spoke to a gentleman at North Orange Grove and Sunset who has an AT&T one on the building next to his house. He will then, if this were to ever happen, have it coming to the back of his house from the church. I oppose the cell tower. It is unsafe and not necessary. I'm confident another location could be found, not on top of a school. There's a reason LAUSD doesn't allow it, and neither should West Hollywood. If we don't begin to take a very conscious approach for approval, these towers will be everywhere, even where not needed. Let's be careful and thoughtful before it's too late. Thank you.
Karen Ayers, followed by Anna Palacios.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Karen Ayers. I'm a 13-year resident of West Hollywood. I'm also a member of the Women's Advisory Board. And I'm here to appeal to you as a fellow public servant. I know that coming up on your agenda sometime is going to be the 5-year strategic plan for aging in place, and it's something that we do, as volunteers and public servants, is to look over these city plans and to make sure that we're looking ahead to protect and provide safety and resources for our community's most vulnerable people. In the Aging in Place report, we're looking at, of course, the people who are looking to stay as they get older in the city of West Hollywood. Well, this, I think, is a similar situation where we're charged with the task of looking after the safety and welfare of some of our most vulnerable community members, which are children. And I would urge you to reject this proposal just based on the idea that there could be any sort of danger with this facility and what it entails, that the safety and security and well-being of the children can be compromised in any way, whether it's one child or 250. It doesn't make a difference. It's our responsibility to provide them with that protection. Thank you.
Anna Palacios, followed by Todd Feder.
Hi. Yo soy Ana Palacios. I'm sorry, but my English is very, very bad. I need translation for...
Your name, please.
My name is Daniela Weissman. Thank you.
And your city of residence.
We are members of Larchmont Charter School.
And what is your city of residence?
Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Solo quiero decir
I only would like to say
que cerca de 1,000 personas han firmado
that around 1,000 families had signed
con la posición de decir no cell towers.
saying no to the cell towers.
Son esas familias de West Hollywood a las que ustedes representan.
Those families from West Hollywood you represent.
Cuando estaba haciendo firmar a las familias,
When I was asking for signatures to those families, and
niños se me acercaron diciendo, ¿puedo firmar yo?
some kids came to me and asked me, can I sign, please?
Y esto me motivó mucho más, mucho más,
And that motivated me more and more
a pensar que ellos tienen derecho a opinar,
to think that they have the right to give their opinion,
a decidir
to decide
en dónde vivir,
to
cómo
decide
vivir.
where to live and how to live.
Respeten sus derechos.
Please respect their rights.
Todas estas personas que están aquí sentadas, la gran mayoría,
The majority of the people sitting here
creen que no debe haber cell towers a su alrededor.
believe that there has not to be a cell tower around them.
Por favor,
Please,
nuestras conciencias quedarán más tranquilas
our consciousness will be in peace,
sabiendo que estos niños a futuro,
knowing that these kids in the future
o sus hijos o sus
or
nietos,
future generations
vivirán tranquilos
will live in peace
con un futuro sin antenas celulares a su alrededor.
with a future with no cell towers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Todd Fader. I concur with everything everyone said. I live at 1275 North Hayworth, which is about 100 yards from the site. I didn't know anything about this until 2 days ago, and only found out about it because someone in my building slipped something underneath my door that was handed to her from someone on the street. No one in the building knew about it. A girl next door said she would, if this passes, she'll be moving out. And my apartment looks right out on the church. So I see that from where I live, and I don't want that disrupted, among other things. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel Oliver, followed by Michael Vokulevich. Isabel Oliver? Yes.
Hello, I'm Isabel Oliver. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for 25 years, and I live also about 100 feet from this proposed site, and I see the bell tower. For one thing, what is a bell tower if the alcoves are closed? I'm not sure how that works, and I'm sure it won't look very good, but that's not really exactly what I'm so concerned about. I also just found out about this 2 days ago, just through an email from a friend, and I actually know that if we were properly informed, that this room would be standing room only. I know that. And the stack that you have to read would be so giant. And it's so sad. I would really be compelled to think about moving if this does happen. And if I had a child in that school, I would take my child out of that school. And if there was a cell phone tower on top of a school and I had just moved into the area, I would not ever bring my child into that school. And just one more thing, that both of my parents have Verizon, and I have been with Verizon in the past, living exactly where I live in that purple area where it's supposed to be, and there has been no problem with reception whatsoever. So, thank you.
Michael Vokulevich, followed by Cynthia Blatt.
Commissioners, members of the public, good evening. My name is Michael Vokulevich, resident of West Hollywood. Without intent or purpose, I believe the question of whether a variance should be granted to the subject property at 1271 North Fairfax was actually answered by this very commission 2 weeks ago. On November 19th, this body approved a variance or two for a property addressed at 1035 Vista Street, zoned R3B. The basis for that decision was called out by this commission as the positive cumulative effect that the proposed design, deemed exemplary, offered in benefits to the immediate surrounds, including the actual new 4 residential units proposed for the site. That stated, let me be clear in voicing that what is on tonight's review is no way, shape, or form another 1035 Vista Street. The variance asked for tonight has no positive cumulative benefit for the R4 zone neighborhood around Fairfax and Fountain. Instead, the variance would grant transformation of a sacred architectural element that references and symbolizes faith, desecrating it by allowing its prostitution as a sacrilegious Trojan horse, masking the desired self-interest of Verizon, a for-profit commercial industry. This variance is, just as those who have requested it, as well as any entity that would possibly grant it, iconoclastic. The variance requested by Verizon, a cell carrier that is known to self-promote itself as mightier than thou, makes mockery of the intended use of a bell tower belonging to an existing place of worship. Additionally, this non-required, unrelated application appears a contradiction, if not conflict, to the tax-exempt status of the land, which is a beneficiary to the beliefs and the needs of the faithful flock of parishioners who have offered up prayers for humanity for decades. This proposal and the variance needed displays no benefit to or concern for the innocent children schooling at their desk or playing outdoors during recess on the property adjacent. Thank you so much.
Cynthia Blatt, followed by Leslie O'Toole-Roke.
Hi, Cynthia Blatt, West Hollywood. First of all, I'd just like to say that I agree with everything that was said tonight by this incredibly smart group that I wish I was a part of. But I did want to say a couple of things. One is that I actually thought that the categorical exemption that was granted to this under CEQA section 1503 was improperly granted, because 1503 is defined and governed by the California Public Resources Code section 21083, and in section B3 of that code it says the environmental effects of a project will cause substantial adverse effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly. Okay, so this may refer to the RF radiation, but one of the parents who wrote a letter gave you guys a statutory citation to support this kind of opposition in the findings of the Second District Federal Court of Appeals, which says that municipalities may use, quote, prudent avoidance to ask Verizon to choose another site if other options exist and their site of first choice is a densely populated municipal site, such as a school or a hospital. So I would say to Verizon, keep your customer base and withdraw from this. Also, there are other sites. This has been brought up several times today. So thank you very much. I wish I had more to say, but they've said it much better. Thank you.
Leslie O'Toole-Roke, followed by Mimi Kwan.
Good evening, Commissioners and members of the public. My name is Leslie O'Toole-Roke. I was a West Hollywood resident for 8 years before I was lucky enough to purchase a property in Spalding Square. We're a historical district. We comprise 4 streets, Orange Grove, Ogden, Genesee and Spalding, between Sunset and Fountain. I knew of this because I also happened to be a parent of a Larchmont Charter School student not at this campus. When I toured kindergartens, or potential kindergartens in 2007 and 8, Larchmont Charter School was far and away the most impressive. I went to the site at St Ambrose, and it was absolutely phenomenal. And as several people have said this evening, the quality of the parents here is testament to the quality of the school. All of these people choose to send their parents to the school. I'm also a very occasional member of the St Ambrose congregation. My son was baptized there. It was founded by Father O'Toole, who's almost certainly related to me. This is extremely personal to me. This is the view from my porch, the St Ambrose bell tower. It's a stunning view. The eye line of many of us in Spalding Square is already being damaged by enormous buildings going up. There's one on Hayworth Avenue that's already conflicting with our eye line. There are plenty of studies about the impact of cell towers on property prices. I'm slightly embarrassed to be arguing on this point. I understand how fortunate I am, but there was a study conducted in 2014 by Take Back Your Power, a website. It's a small study, but it concludes this: the overwhelming majority of respondents, 94%, reported that cell towers and antennas in a neighbourhood or on a building would impact interest in a property and the price they would be willing to pay for it. 79% said under no circumstances would they ever purchase or rent a property within a few blocks of a cell tower or antenna. If my son was attending this campus, I would withdraw him from the school. It would be devastating. It's a fantastic school. Thank you.
Amy Kwan, followed by Raymond Kwan.
Good evening. I just wanted to quote some case law. The Federal Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that neither California law nor the Federal Telecommunications Act prevent local governments from taking into account aesthetic considerations in deciding whether to permit the development of wireless telecommunications facilities. And that case law is Sprint PCS Assets versus the City of Palos Verdes Estate and all, and that's the Ninth Circuit Court, and that was in 2009. In 2012, the Middle Class Tax Relief and Jobs Creation Act, Section 6409, would allow for a 20-foot increase in height of an existing structure. So if we're talking about aesthetics in terms of the bell tower, in the future they can come and modify that, possibly 20 feet in height or in width as well. So what happens is if there's an application process for it, the city cannot deny the co-location of any additional sites to that. So basically, once you approve this site, then any future co-locations are kind of out of your hands. So it would impact the aesthetics. So they could stick things possibly to the outside of it, and the city couldn't do anything about it. Also, you also have to always remember the bottom line is the motivation behind Verizon is always about how much money they're going to make, profits. And I just wanted to keep that in mind because, you know, when you're deciding these things, always think, well, what's their motivation? Profits. Thank you.
Raymond Kwan, followed by David Sutton.
I'm Raymond Kwan. I want to point out something real basic here. If Verizon's trying to tell you and tell this audience that it's really necessary here, it's so necessary they can override your local codes using the Federal Telecom Act, well, where is their need? Where is their documentation that it's good for this community? They have I'm looking at their job description justification. It's 4 pages. It's really less than that. And 2/3 of it is generic cell phone advertising. There's nothing specific except for a little paragraph about this area. Is that what you want to know? And where are the people in our audience saying they have a problem that needs to be filled? Look at what they submit to you. They submit these color book maps, and they attack the open source maps. But they don't tell you that they're changing their own maps. Do you remember the map they showed you that they had done this morning? Did you notice it looked different? It's different color coded. The different colors, the ones you got before, and also the coverage area is bigger than it used to be. It's because they've changed the scale. They don't tell you that. Matter of fact, they eliminated the scale. You know, it used to say 95, 85, and negative 75 decibels. Now it says good, fair, and bad. Well, what happened to the numbers? They dropped the numbers. I know there's some numbers. We did research on RootMetrics. We have objective third-party data that actually RootMetrics is advertised on Verizon's own website, that it's an objective showing that how good they are, and RootMetrics shows they have very good signal. Their top-rated signal is green, and that's what it is. They even have in this actual area of the application, it says negative 85 dB. They don't give you any numbers. Negative 85 dB is good. But they don't tell you. They come to tell you. They're making you trust that they have a gap, but they haven't proven it at all. There's no drive tests either. Thank you.
David Sutton to be followed by Susan Levine. David Sutton.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us be here. I'm a part of the St. Ambrose Parish Council. I am in favor of putting this device in our church steeple. Just as a history part, when the Archdiocese in the past bought a property for church and school, they would buy the property, they would build a school first, and the parishioners would have their Mass in the school gymnasium. So we're very aware of the need for safety of children, even though there's been some instances where the church has failed in it. Now, the pastor and the parishioners should be concerned as well, because the device is going to be above our heads. I sing in the church choir. And the property belongs to St. Ambrose in the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. We want to have a happy relationship with those around us. We want to serve the community. They give a significant amount of money to us. We're poor, but we're still there. We need the money. I think it's in the neighborhood of $25,000, which is a pittance, but it may pay the salary of a secretary. We're struggling, and we are concerned. Now, there's two things that are operating here. One is fear and anger. If there were a danger, then you are justified. But all the conclusive evidence that has been put forth and studied by Father Dennis and the Archdiocese has shown that it is legal, that it is safe, because the distances involved. I can look at the sun and I can burn my eyeballs out in 20 seconds, but it doesn't mean that I cannot step out and I get ultraviolet radiation. So
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Wait a minute.
Sir, I got confused. You said 25,000. What was that for compensation for?
Somewhere in the neighborhood. I'm not an expert on
Over
it.
what period of time is that? I'm just
For
curious.
a year.
A year. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question also. Mr. Sutton, just as I tried to get Verizon to be somewhat customer-friendly, the church's tenant is the charter school, and the tenant is saying to you, they don't like this, and they don't like it big time. Don't you think that being responsible to your tenant, who I assume pays the church a lot of money as rent, has something to say to you?
Well, that's a significant thing, because we might have to close a church if the charter school doesn't work down. However, the Archdiocese will support St. Ambrose no matter what. And I think rather than trying to win this battle, which you might lose the war, that the school might eventually disappear from your midst, if there was a real danger, they wouldn't put it in. There is not a real danger.
Well, perception sometimes overrules, everybody's thoughts.
Well, the pastor sleeps underneath the steeple there, and he has studied it. The parishioners have studied it. So I think you're very biased against the.
All right,
the fact.
I'm just suggesting you take back to whoever the powers that be are a consideration of your major source of funds.
It has been duly noted and studied.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is not a dialogue, it's a monologue.
May I respond, because I have some additional information to
Pardon?
the statements? No response? Okay.
No. Susan, where are we? Susan Levine, followed by Dee Villeneuve.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you for having this hearing. I'm going to simply and strongly state that I am strongly against this tower, and namely because of the gross negligence of Verizon to inform the residential public. I live on Hayworth Avenue, directly adjacent to the church tower and school. In fact, I have a square view of the tower and have lived there for 15 years. And because I am a dog owner, I walk I'm on the streets often, and if this was an issue, all of the people that have animals talk about things in the area, and nobody knew about this. that is gross negligence on behalf of a very large and intrusive structure. And I'm not going to go into the reasons. They are all very eloquently stated tonight, but it seems to me that it is a significant safety concern for the residents and the children. And again, I'm just going to say there was very little information disseminated in the residential public about this. And that is my number one concern. And again, as another person said, the room would be packed. And that I only recently found out about this and live 50 feet from this is very disturbing. Thank you, and I hope we have a positive resolution.
Dee Villeneuve. I don't have a first name, just Dee Villeneuve.
Hi, good evening. My name is Demetria Villanueva, and I am a resident of West Hollywood and have been so for 10 years. I live in the building directly behind St. Ambrose at 1270 North Hayworth. Our bedrooms are on the second floor, and while the pastor may sleep beneath the steeple, our bedrooms are directly across from the bell tower. First of all, I am also a Verizon Wireless customer and have been since 1997. And since I have been living in this facility, this building, I have received excellent coverage, both data, cellular, text, etc. We did not receive any significant notification, and if it weren't for the activism of Grace Ong and stepping out to the community and notifying us, we probably would not be here today. I further wanted to say that I found the coverage maps of the area quite confusing. I didn't find that the legend was pretty detailed, and I was just stumped. That's all of my comment for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dana Klein. Dana Klein. And that'll be our last speaker.
Hi, my name is Dina Stein. I am a resident of Los Angeles, and I'm a parent at Larchmont Charter. I just wanted to make sure that the public and the parishioners here knew that we as a school have reached out to the church to try to come up with some negotiation that would make sense to understand that it's really a difficult financial state that they're in the same way that we're always in a difficult financial state, always trying to raise a ton of money. And so we had a meeting to compromise, and we were turned down from that meeting. We tried to talk. The amount that we pay to the church is about 10 times what we're understanding that they're going to be getting from Verizon. So we're trying really hard to be a good tenant to them and try to figure out how we can have a compromise, but we're not okay with the cell tower going up. We just want to come up with another plan, and so far our other plans have been turned down.
Thank you. Dana.
We actually are.
Dina, like
Hi.
Pasadena.
Our role here is not really the finances, but was your compromise a financial compromise?
We came up with a bunch of different ideas, and in fact, we were really encouraged because when we had the meeting with the priest and the deacon had come up with a great idea of some way that they could earn some additional revenue by using our shared space after hours. And that was really encouraging to us because we thought that that would be a great option.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. David?
The following people chose not to speak, but they wanted their views read into the record. The following people oppose staff's recommendation of approval: Kathy Blavis and Stephanie Harker.
Thank you. And now, applicants, you will have 8 minutes, up to 8 minutes if you need it, for completing your presentation and rebuttal combined.
Thank you again. I really appreciate the community and everything I've heard this evening. Verizon Wireless really does care about every community we go into. I'm a strong proponent personally of charter schools. I highly back them up. I have a sister-in-law that advocates for them. So I'm very much a part of the charter school community. As a Verizon Wireless employee, I'd like to ask for a continuance respectfully from Planning Commission, if that's possible. I'd like to perform a third-party drive test to show Verizon's wireless position on why we need the coverage and showing the gap. So it's a little bit more, explains a little bit more. I'd like to go into a little bit more detail on the alternative site analysis, since I think there's a whole lot of question about that. And if there is another alternative site, Verizon Wireless will definitely look at that. I'd like to discuss that with staff if that's possible, if we do find something that is agreeable, and hopefully the Larchmont Charter School can help us out and make sure that.
Are you the one in charge here of this application?
So far, I guess.
Well, who would be the ultimate person in charge? I mean, there seems to be, in my estimation at least, a lack of preparation for coming to this hearing.
Understood.
There was a tremendous amount of preparation and time taken by the opponents of your application.
And I
may I
appreciate
finish?
that. I think.
May I finish?
Yeah.
They have spent hours, apparently. This is one of the most prepared group of people I have seen. Every time, listen to that. We have, over the course of the years, not recently, but over the course of the years, we have had cell phone applications that were opposed, and dozens and dozens and dozens of people have gotten up with the same old hue and cry about how it is damaging to their well-being health-wise. We didn't hear that tonight. We heard a group of people who did a certain huge amount of homework, a certain huge amount of thought, gave a huge amount of thought to the entire situation. And we heard a couple of people from Verizon who gave a huge amount of thought to practically nothing. And this is not reasonable to come and ask for more time to get your act together. Do you think so? You cannot tie up hundreds of people by shoddy work. That's my opinion. Now, whether you get to continuance or not is up to these 7 people. I'm only one vote. But that's, if you understand this expression, grand chutzpah.
And I'm sorry for that impression from Verizon Wireless. We certainly would like to, I think sometimes maybe we get too involved into the technological side of things and can't explain it properly. So that's what we'd like to do.
There was no explanation at all. It was gobbledygook and double talk.
Understood.
Compared to what came out from your very well-educated and very well thought out opponents. And as far as my thinking is concerned, I would not grant a continuance, and you can take your case to the City Council.
Understood.
Mr. Chair, if that is the request of the applicant, however, as you indicated earlier, that would be subject to a vote of the commission.
We're going to vote.
Okay, great.
You don't need to remind us.
Is there a streamlining act on this?
No, the Permit Streamlining Act is not applicable to this type of project.
Okay, thank you.
Are you requesting a continuance?
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion to continue?
I think can we like have
Do you want to discuss?
Discussion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can we have a discussion?
Yeah. Do you have anything else to add, Ms. Collier? Do you have anything else to add to your rebuttal?
You have 6 more minutes, no?
You have significant amount of time for your rebuttal if you want to.
Well, she wants a continuance. She doesn't want to go ahead with the application right now.
So,
if she is denied the continuance, we'll let her have the 6 more minutes and go ahead if she wants it.
Why don't we leave the public hearing open for a moment and have a discussion? Maybe we can call you back if we need to. Does that work, or do you have? Do you want to say something?
So, just thinking out loud, as Commissioner, as Chair Altschul just mentioned, we've had a lot of these applications come before us, and, a lot of the time it's, very run-of-the-mill, but that's because we're presented with the, a proper book of, just everything we need, all the data, all the reports and so on and so forth. So it makes it, it makes it impossible for us to refute this type of situation. What we have here, is, we're being told that, this is, everything, this is what we need. But I don't know where the other towers are. I don't know what the other proposed sites were. It's just, I'm being fed this situation. I'm being fed a series of facts. So, I just don't feel like I have a complete view of the applicant's thought process to understand why this is necessary.
So that would warrant.
I understand per the city, as the city attorney mentioned earlier, that if it's necessary, we have to move forward with this and so on and so forth. They haven't really kind of met that burden, in my opinion. I don't know why it's necessary. So I don't know, Don.
Well, it's very subjective what they presented this evening as far as the data goes and needing the coverage or not needing the coverage. I wasn't clear. I wasn't convinced they did. However, looking at the aesthetics also, did we have, in your presentation, Derek, did you show us what it's going to look like? Can you put that up again?
Yes. Excuse me. This is not a motion on the item. This is a motion for this is whether or not anybody wants to make a motion for a continuance.
Well, I have some questions I would like to ask this time, because I'm not sure if I want a continuance or I want to make a motion for denial. So I need to...
The only motion acceptable now is a motion for a continuance, yes or no.
Are you making a motion for a continuance?
No.
Is somebody making a motion?
I'm asking if any one of the commissioners are making a motion for a continuance.
I'm not ready to, because I need to discuss this a little bit more.
No.
Or I can make a
We
motion.
can discuss it. If there is no continuance, we will proceed with the hearing.
Can we discuss the reasons why we would offer or not grant a continuance? I think that would be prudent and to the benefit of the public
And
here tonight.
I need help in understanding if the aesthetics is my thing is, I want to know if, did you present something to show the aesthetics? Is this it, the picture?
The one that's up right now, yes.
And where did this come from that was in the yellow folder?
That came from the public.
Okay. I'm not in favor of a continuance. I'm in favor of making a motion to deny because I don't think aesthetically
That's not appropriate right now.
Okay, then.
They have not finished their hearing.
Well,
I'll tell you what, to finish this off, I'll make a motion for continuance, and if there's a second, then we'll do a vote on it, and then we can move forward.
Is there a second for the motion for continuance?
I haven't heard enough yet to...
The motion dies for lack of a second. Ms. Collier, do you wish to continue, please, with the hearing?
No, we'll move forward. Thank you.
Then
You move forward with the hearing. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I believe you wanted to move forward since we aren't going to be able to do a continuance, correct?
Yes, you have 8 more minutes
For your rebuttal, for your
for your
presentation.
rebuttal and to move forward with whatever it is you want to present.
I'll go ahead and give up that time.
All right.
I'm going to close the hearing. I'll make a motion.
Well, let's leave it open.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Donald.
I'm going to make a motion for denial, and I'm going to base it on the aesthetics. I really don't think what they're planning to do here aesthetically looks compatible with the structure, and based on that, I'm going to make and my reason for denial is based on aesthetics.
Is there a second?
And just as a point of clarification for the record, by aesthetics, are you referring to the closure of the windows in the bell towers?
Yep, I don't think they work. I don't think it's compatible. It's compatible with the structure after it's complete.
Discussion.
Okay.
Sue?
Okay, well, I am not convinced that it's compatible, that the aesthetics of it, there's any reason that we can go forward on that basis. I don't think that Verizon has met its burden of proving to us that it's necessary and that there's no other location. There's no facts, no documentation, no independent evidence to support their contention that it's required. And there's not good or sufficient cause to do a variance at this point. I cannot support this item.
Yeah, because also my thing, I don't know what they're going to do with the structure on the ground also. That's another issue. I don't see the treatment, any aesthetic treatment to how they enclose the structure on the ground floor either.
Or how it could be safe.
I believe the motion should be on the basis that you brought up, Donald, and all of the reasons that Sue brought up also.
Yes, absolutely. That can be part of my motion.
Any further discussion? Anybody else?
Well, if we need any more reasons for the
Go ahead, Sheila.
for the motion to deny, I would just refer to the additional correspondence, item 10B, the first 11 pages, which is what the Larchmont Charter School Board submitted, because they have it outlined very well for all of the potential reasons for denying this. So that's it.
Donald, will you agree to having that incorporated into your motion?
Yeah, I think that's part of yes, because that's part of the record this evening.
And you'll accept
I will too, and I'd also like to add that the Ninth Circuit Court reasoning, I think, applies here also.
Fine.
I would caution the commission to not incorporate the Ninth Circuit ruling into your findings for your motion. And I can provide some additional information. It's just the way that that case was quoted to you and presented to you doesn't provide the full context of the ruling of the court, and I don't think it should be incorporated without that additional information.
What about the LAUSD resolutions pertaining to cell siting next to schools? Can that be, I'm asking if it can be a basis for us to deny it.
I would recommend that the commission not do that. You haven't seen those resolutions. You don't know what they say, and they're a different jurisdiction than you are.
For the benefit of the record, that's why I'm asking.
Anybody else wish to add to the discussion?
There's a lot I have to say.
Are we ready for
but I
vote?
don't know that it matters at this point. I like to be as transparent as possible in the way that we think about the way that we make these decisions. I do want to make a few notes. First, there are lots of feelings in this room right now, and I'm very impressed by the fact that so many people came out to speak tonight. For those of you who don't always attend Planning Commission meetings, this is a pretty full house. So, this is a large group. There's a lot of feelings. I'm really interested in the facts, and there are a lot of cell towers in the area. I'm not necessarily opposed one way or the other to cell towers. I actually have lived in an area. I don't live actually far from the site at all, a couple of blocks away, where I didn't have cell coverage for almost 2 years. Not ideal. But it seems to me that it is appellant upon the applicant here to do its due diligence, not just in showing us proof and the burden of proof, but in working with the community. And I'm not inclined to support this particular project based on it just doesn't feel like this A+ student is very well prepared in this instance, and it's disappointing because I just really don't feel like there's any excuse. Again, there's so many other things I have to say. I do want to ask staff for record, was everyone within a 500-foot radius of this project noticed? Can we get that on record?
Yes, they were noticed. November
By a
20th is when
mail?
they were sent out. By mail, correct. Oh, and mail and on-site posting.
And the St. Ambrose building is not a registered historic building, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Let me ask one more question about the notice, because so many people said that they didn't get notice. So when you mail it out, do you mail it out to every address Or is it mailed out to registered voters? Where do you get your list for mailing?
We get our list for mailing from an outside consultant, and it goes to all addresses so that residents get it, and we also send it to owners of all of those properties as well.
And we do the mailing, the city does the mailing on behalf of
Correct.
the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Well, I remember, if it was, somebody said it was 2005 when the school opened, so that's 10 years ago. And there was considerable opposition to the school from the neighbors. All of a sudden, they were all writers, and they all worked during the daytime. and they all had this huge fear that the children playing in the playground were going to ruin their careers. And they got up one after the other. Remember, Donald? I do. They got up one after the other, and we had to listen for over an hour to this. Maybe a couple of hours. And I don't know what happened to their careers, but look what happened to this wonderful school. Congratulations to all of you parents. Your children raised you well. And thank you for coming here. And I expected to come here and listen and fall asleep to the old harangue about the radiation. My goodness, what a wonderful group you are. What a wonderful job you did for your kids. I don't know whether in the end it's, the cell site should be there or shouldn't be there, but that's not the point. The point is you have a cause. You carried that cause to the ultimate in your research, in your preparation, in your communication, and in your love for your kids. If nobody else has anything to say, let's vote. Two more. One more.
Well, we're voting to deny it.
The vote is to deny the application. All six are in. The vote is unanimous to deny. 10 minutes. David. Hang on. Wait. We're not through. David will tell you what happens next.
The resolution the Planning Commission just approved, which was of denial, memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
We'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
The meeting will come back to order.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to just provide a point of clarification on the last item.
yes.
The commission voted to deny the project, and we will need to bring back to you a resolution of denial. So that will be before you at your next meeting on January 21st. I believe it will be on the consent calendar, and that will be the final action on that item.
Correct. So that the appeal period starts then.
That is correct.
Fine. Will somebody get in touch with the,
We've advised the applicant's representatives.
good. All right, the next item is item 10C, 1123 to 1129 North Detroit. The subject is the applicant is the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. Rachel,
Thank you.
your
Good
mic
evening.
isn't on.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you, Commissioners. Before you this evening is an application at 1123 through 1129 North Detroit Street called Blue Hibiscus. Included in this application are 3 requests for a demolition permit, development permit, and a lot line adjustment, which is a lot tie in this case. The subject property is located on North Detroit Street between Santa Monica Boulevard and Lexington Avenue on the west side of the street, and contains basically 2 sites. On the southern site is an existing 11-unit affordable housing project. 8-unit affordable housing project. And on the north lot, there is 2 structures that contain 3 rental units. Again, there are 3 applications that you're looking at today. There are 11 existing units that are requested to be demolished in order to construct 22 affordable housing units. They're all 1-bedroom units ranging from 533 to 605 square feet. As part of the application, the applicant is requesting 2 setback modifications, which are 10% reductions in front and rear setbacks, as well as 2 incentives out of the 3 that they're allowed to request as part of an affordable housing project, as well as a lot tie to combine the 2 lots into 1 development site. The front and rear setback modifications are shown on the screen. The allowable setbacks in this district, or the minimum setbacks, are 15 feet for the front and rear, and they are requesting front and rear setbacks of 13 feet 6 inches. And as a result of that, those first-story setback reductions, the second-story setback gets pushed in a little bit further. Additionally, there is a requirement. As part of their incentives, they're requesting a reduction in the required habitable space on the front facade. City code requires that at least 50% of the first story of the front facade be habitable space. In this case, the office and lobby, which are considered habitable space, are about 34% of the facade length. And the second concession incentive requested is to allow for all of the common open space to be located on the roof. The regulations allow 40% of that common open space to be on the rooftop, and in this case, they're requesting all 1,000 square feet of common open space required to be on the roof. And as you can see outlined in red, they have a rooftop deck that includes some garden beds and seating areas for residents. This is the front facade of the building. Essentially, the project, which is a Spanish colonial revival style, is 4 stories. Then it steps down to 3 stories on the northeast corner, stepping down to the adjacent building. This is a view of the rear facade and the south facade, and you can see Detroit on the right of the screen, as well as the north facade. And we'll get to Stephanie Reich, the urban designer, who will speak a little bit more to the design and some of the design review subcommittee comments. We did receive 13 letters that are included in your packet, including concerns from tenants about parking restrictions, another letter about lack of involvement of the neighborhood watch groups, and then 1 tenant submitted the remainder of the letters. Specifically, concerns were regarding Section 8 housing vouchers. And then since publication, we did receive 1 additional letter in support, which is included on the table in front of you. Also, since the application, or since the staff report was submitted to you, we did have a number of conditions that I wanted to review, and there is a supplemental memorandum on the table in front of you as well. We did have one commissioner express concern to staff about deed restriction length and the ability for tenants to return to the project. The applicant has committed to allowing tenants to return back to the project once it's complete. So should you want to require these conditions with approval, there are two conditions that could be added, 1.7 and 1.8. 1.7 would allow current tenants to retain the right to move back into units in the new structure upon certificate of occupancy, as long as they express interest within 6 months of their notice to vacate the existing. And then condition 1.8 would deed restrict the units for a minimum of 55 years, and that's our standard in West Hollywood. The Public Works Department also requested two conditions be added to the application and to the resolution 151163, including the requirement for a small site low impact development plan, which is for stormwater management, as well as a sewer capacity availability request from the City of Los Angeles Bureau of Engineering, both standard conditions that we place on projects. They just didn't make it into the resolution. And with that, I'll move to Stephanie Reich, the urban designer.
Good evening, Commissioner. Stephanie Reich, urban designer for the City of West Hollywood. The project before you is a very good transition from the coming project at the Faith Plating site, which is 7 stories, to the adjacent property, which is a lower scale. It moves from 4 stories to 3 stories with a balcony at the street and facing the north side. The historic revival style is very complementary to the building and to the neighborhood. The style has been carried out with integrity, with details that appear to be high quality. The Design Review Subcommittee spoke very favorably about the design, with a request for a couple of minor modifications, which we are very certain that could be accomplished during the plan check period. If there are no other questions, we are here for questions or any comments you may have.
Stephanie, did the applicant agree to make these modifications that were recommended, or is it something that still has to be decided in plan check?
Those pieces are conditioned in the approval, and we will work with the applicant. They are very minor modifications, but because of the speed at which it moved from the Design Review Subcommittee to Planning Commission, those haven't been worked out quite yet.
Something just very briefly. The rear setback, it says that it's similar to the adjacent setbacks. Can you tell me what the adjacent setbacks are?
You know, I don't have that information in front of me.
Do you recall if they are very similar? I know that the building in front, I don't know which is being considered the back, whether that is the side, whether that's the side setback for them. But they're asking for it to be 13 feet 6 inches, which isn't that much under. I just wondered if you knew.
I don't know the exact measurement from the property to the north, but the property to the south, which is the Domain project, essentially there is no rear setback there. So it's actually the building just runs across to to Formosa.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Lightfoot, were you the one who put these for condition 1.7, 1.8?
Yes, and I can either address those now, or probably it'd be better if I address them later in deliberation.
Yeah, and I have one question. I know that one of the letters referred to there not being any guest parking space, and that's not required in this project, correct?
That's correct. Any project with over 25% affordable housing on site is only required 1 parking space per unit and no guest house.
And
no
then
guest
is
parking.
this street preferential parking?
It is.
And actually, there's no, I'm not suggesting we do this if we move forward with this. There's no restriction in here that says they can't request guest parking spaces.
That's correct. There's actually a condition that they can get a certain number of guest parking spaces per year per tenant.
That's in here?
Yes.
Okay. I can find it, thank you.
It's 1.6, I think.
You would know that.
No. Actually, it's farther in there, but it is in there.
Thank you.
No, it's not 1.6.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I was thinking about something else.
I'm okay, I can find it myself. Thank you.
You ready? The applicant, who is the applicant's representative? Hi.
Hello.
Robin.
Good evening. My name is Robin Connerly, and I'm the Executive Director of West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, and we're located on Santa Monica Boulevard and Sierra Bonita, which is on the east side of the city. And we're here to thank you for considering our request to develop this project. Actually, we're redeveloping it. It's 2 properties at 1123 and 1129 Detroit Street into a multifamily project that will provide housing opportunities for 11 low-income people. There will be no cell phone tower. With me today is Jesse Slansky, our Director of Real Estate Development, who will give you a background on the project. And also here to present to you is our architectural firm, Killefler Flamang, represented by Lee Spornstein and Kristen Cosgrove. And we also have our landscape architect, Jill Blesley. And we have many directors, several directors from our board. I know we had quite a few community supporters, but at 9 o'clock they had to go home. So you will hear from some of those people. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Jesse Slansky. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development at WHCHC. The Detroit bungalows were built in the 1920s, and we've owned them for over 25 years. Due to the property's age, extremely low rents, and escalating maintenance costs, the bungalows operate at a loss. For years, we've been struggling to maintain them to the high standards we pride ourselves on. At the end of last year, the opportunity arose to acquire the neighboring parcel. This acquisition would allow us to redevelop the property, increase the number of affordable units, and create a brand new LEED certified building with modern amenities and features. We are committed to our residents. Every resident of the Detroit bungalows is guaranteed a unit at the new building. Every resident will receive generous relocation compensation that is well over the city's requirements. We've hired an experienced relocation consultant to provide the residents with as much assistance as they need to find temporary replacement housing during the construction period. We want to make this transition as minimally disruptive as possible. When contemplating the redevelopment, we looked at many possible concepts for the building. We've engaged with the residents throughout the design process, and we're excited to have had near unanimous participation and support. We've engaged neighbors and community stakeholders. Based on the feedback we've received, we crafted the proposal being presented tonight. So now I'd like to introduce our architect, Lee Spornstein, who will present the proposed design concept. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lee Spornstein. I just want to make sure to get back to our slides here. Still not working. Okay. Hi, again, my name is Lee Spornstein. I'm with Killefler Flamang Architects. I want to start with where we started with the project, and that is with our design process. There we go. We met with Jesse and Robin from WHCHC many times to talk about different ways to organize the project site and different approaches we could use for the design. And they shared with those ideas to the neighbors and to the current residents, and we formed a sort of collective, continuous feedback loop, which sort of organically led us to a California Spanish revival style. It echoes the character of the area, and it fits with the residential neighborhood that exists currently. We drew inspiration from many buildings through West Hollywood, architectural elements such as ornamental railings and bright colored tile and decorative fixtures, all of which have those unique and individual textures that are so unique to this style. And one of the most recognizable features of the California Spanish style is a casual yet composed arrangement of massing. It's almost like a village, a composition in its composition. So we used these and further articulated the facade with careful balance of solids and voids and different ways we articulated the balconies, lowering roofs and projecting with bay windows to create a rhythm and cadence across the facade that really brought a human scale to the project. Large windows are found throughout the project and not only bring a lot of light and air into the units, but are eccentric and eclectic in their styles and differentiated so that residents can find an individuality and place within their new home. Another large massing move that we made in the project was to step back at the 4th floor, and that was allow us to transition to our neighbors at the north. And what that did was it gave us the opportunity for a really great roof deck where we have container gardens and places for residents to sit and enjoy the afternoon. And clustered around that, we have all of our amenities for the project, residential services. There's a laundry room and a gym and a community room with a teaching kitchen that opens out into the deck. And we really see this as the heart of the building. This is the social center of the building to promote those connections that make a community. We wanted to bring that idea of community and connection down to the ground level. Detroit Street is a beautiful street to walk along, and we wanted to focus a lot of our design energy at continuing that traditional, that pedestrian tradition. So we made moves such as we divided the driveway entry into 2 separate entries, arched entries, separated. You'll see the plan on the left side. There's a planting strip in the center to, again, create that human scale to the ground plane. And we recessed the entry to create a welcoming feel for visitors and residents as they entered the project, and have this shady trellised front patio where residents can sit out and wait for a ride or simply just people watch. We also put attention to introducing finer details at the ground level, tiles and textures within the ground plane that, again, enhance and enrich the pedestrian experience. One of the most important elements of our ground floor is ground level experience is the landscape. It is one of, we are targeting a LEED Gold certification. We will have many sustainable items, moves in the building, including solar hot water and recycled content materials. But landscape will be a really important part in creating that home feeling. And I want to introduce Jill Blesley. She's our landscape architect to kind of run through the landscape that she has designed.
Yes, good evening. I'm Jill Blesley with Carter Romanek Landscape Architects. In approaching the landscaping for this project, we wanted to play off the Spanish-style architecture and introduce a lot of Mediterranean-style plants. We are, of course, looking at drought-tolerant landscaping, and that plays well into the Mediterranean theme. So we are also want to have a lot of color and seasonal color insofar as that works within the drought-tolerant restrictions and with quite a range of plant palette, but color palette, but predominantly blues and lavenders and some yellows and also pick up on the burgundy tones on the building itself. So we have some plants with a sort of rust-colored foliage as well. I've lost my. There we
I'm
are.
going to stop the clock. on that.
Okay, thank you. In the front entry area, we do anticipate that people might be sitting out there waiting for a ride, so that will be very floral and with a lot of detail and interest, with lavender, with blue hibiscus, of course, some russet-colored euphorbias, and some low-flowering achilleas and low flower, lots of flower color in there. We have introduced a trellis element over the entry, so we're intending to put bougainvillea on that. One of the comments that came up at the design review board was softening the stair tower, so we're now intending to introduce it doesn't show on this drawing because we haven't caught up to it yet, but introduce a green screen panel with some flowering trumpet vines to buffer that main south stair tower. One aspect of this project, we also have in the rear yard, we've got a big Melaleuca tree, which is drought tolerant, but also will scale to the building. And we have in the I've lost it again. We also have some tall shrubs in the back that will help buffer that west facade. So these are plants that will get up to about 20 feet to scale that. We also want to point out that much of our landscaping is on dirt, or in fact, all of it at grade level is on dirt, so we will have bigger plants than we would otherwise have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any disclosures? Sheila?
Yes, I had email communication with the applicant, all contained within the staff report.
Sue?
No, Mr. Chair, none.
David?
I met with the applicant team, and everything we discussed is in the staff report.
Donald?
Received an email from the applicant, but we never had a further communication.
I met with the applicant on site, and we discussed what was contained in the staff report.
And I met with the applicants in their office and discussed the project and looked at the design and the models. We'll open the public testimony. Dan Moran. Dan Moran. President. Yeah.
Somebody left their pen. Was this Verizon? Anyway, Dan Moran, City of West Hollywood. My only concern about this, I didn't go to the meeting that talked about the architecture, but from what I read and from what I've seen, the architecture is certainly not as bad as some of the, actually it's very good. There's other very bad, I call them IKEA homes. But my concern, I know that the corporation has mentioned that the people in these bungalows right now will be getting monies to be able to sustain them. My concern is if the project, and we all know how this possibly goes down, if the project, the construction, does not come in on time and is extensively delayed, are there protections in place for the tenants in the event that that should happen? That's my greatest concern. My concern, again, is that the tenants are able to sustain themselves during the construction and are able to return to this beautiful building. Thank you.
Michael Vokolevich, to be followed by Karen O'Keefe.
Is it 3 minutes or 2?
3.
Sorry. Thank you, John. Good evening once again, commissioners, members of the public. Michael Voitkelevich, resident of West Hollywood. So over a year ago, a seemingly simple decision was requested, which was to authorize approval for funds, marking the start of a redevelopment for 1123 to 1129 North Detroit Street, better known as the home of the Detroit Bungalows. On the surface, this appeared a relatively easy decision to make, even though the existing bungalow units had undergone upgrades, including accessibility, some 7 years prior. And yes, for others, the yes or no choice at hand seemed a no-brainer because, after all, the new project would provide more affordable housing. However, as with most things in life, reality was not just black and white. There was an important fact worthy of consideration. Should the new project target only those who held a special needs classification, then any existing resident of the bungalows who fell outside this category, no matter how long they lived there, no matter their poverty level, no matter the fact that they may be of senior age, they would in fact become displaced permanently. For the first time, WHHC was making a decision whose consequence would not only temporarily displace their own residents, but perhaps actually permanently displace long-standing West Hollywood residents. This was a milestone. As such, at the time, I could not lend support given the unknown of whether there was one singular existing resident that would face displacement permanently, or whether there were multiple households. The action being taken was the equivalent of being Ellised out, except for this case, it was being basically Ellised out of federally funded affordable housing. The disclaimer regarding this was made to the public 2 weeks later on October 20th within City Council paperwork for Agenda Item 5A. On page 4, under Tenant Relocation Assistance, one simple line read, quote, eligible existing residents will be given the right of first refusal to become tenants in the new development, unquote. So as we know today, the proposed project before us is only 22 units, all of which is defined to serve those of special needs. That said, having been assured that there are now provisions to bring any existing Detroit bungalow resident who falls outside of the special needs classification, I can, in good faith, and wholeheartedly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen O'Keefe, to be followed by Ramon Mendez. Karen O'Keefe? Not here. Ramon Mendez.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission and staff. My name is Ramon Mendez. I'm a 24-year resident of West Hollywood, a 23-year member of the Board of Directors, and having the honor of being board chair for the last 5 years of West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. All board members have their personal motivation to volunteer their time. Mine for the last 23 years has been that we have been providing permanent affordable housing for seniors, low-income families, people with HIV and AIDS, people with special needs, challenges, and most recently transition-age youth in our La Brea Courtyard project. Our board of directors, we're 15 members. We have about half of the board here, if you could raise your hand. 9 of the board members here are WeHo residents. 3 of those 9 residents are residents of 3 of our projects, and you'll be hearing from a few of them tonight. Our mission is to develop safe, decent, and affordable housing for people with limited incomes, including those with special needs, and which enhances the community and supports economic diversity. We envision sustainable communities of healthy, diverse neighborhoods within the greater Los Angeles area. A primary role of being a board member is to ensure the corporation's activities meet our mission, and Blue Hibiscus indisputably does achieve this. By increasing the availability of permanent affordable units in 22 units in this beautiful building means that at least 22 individuals will contribute to the economic diversity for the city for many years to come. I ask the Planning Commission to please approve Blue Hibiscus. Thank you very much.
Clara Denson, to be followed by Duke Mason.
Good evening. My name is Clara Denson, and I'm an 11-year resident of West Hollywood. I've also serving on the board of directors and the capacity of vice chair, and currently the board secretary. I'm also a resident of the Havenhurst building, and have been so for going on 11 years now. And being here is an honor and a privilege to tell you how much it has changed my life. You know, we can be complacent at times in our life. Things go and you're happy, and all of a sudden it takes something to just shock you. And that's what happened to me in 2000, when I had a very thriving corporate career in fundraising, and all of a sudden I'm looking at possibly being seated in this wheelchair, and have been now going on 15 years. It threw my life in a, needless to say, just behooved me. Well, I found out about West Hollywood Housing Corporation, and I entered the lottery through the help of the West Side Independent Living Agency, and my life has changed. And now I'm thriving. I'm on the board. When I came into West Hollywood and when they gave me the keys to my apartment and said, "Do you want to see your new home?" And it is just that. It is my home. I'm able to share it with other people, very diverse cultures, and we're there for each other. We're able to thrive. We're able to feel safe, and we're able to hold your head up high and be a part of. Please support this project. We are so needy of affordable housing, and we need this. So I ask you, please. It's just amazing what they do, and I'm just grateful to be here. I'm proud to be a resident and to be a service on the board. And I can just tell you, you have no idea what it does for someone that life is just changed all of a sudden on a dime, on a whim, and to know that you have a place that's yours and it's safe, and that you can thrive, you can learn to do things that you thought you were not going to be able to do. You have support. You have people around you that will come to you and reach out to you. Resident services, I had been sick, and I have a tendency to isolate. Well, they hadn't heard from me and hadn't heard from me. I showed anything I could do by phone. I did by phone. And all of a sudden, there was a knock at my door. And there was Marisol. She's one of our resident services. And she brought me chicken noodle soup. You have no idea what that did for me. And so I say, please support this project. It's brilliant, it's beautiful, and thank you.
Thank you. Duke Mason, to be followed by Tiffany Lowry.
Hi, I'm Duke Mason, proud resident of West Hollywood. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the Housing Corporation and also a member of the city's Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. I'm here tonight to support the project for many reasons, some of which are very personal to me. I joined the board recently because of the WHCHC's commitment to the future. They know that the #1 issue facing many of our citizens today is the lack of affordable housing. Many of these citizens are transition-age youth who would, according to statistics, end up on the streets just a couple of years after cycling out of county foster programs. I want to make sure that West Hollywood lives up to its legacy as a progressive, inclusive city for all, for the next generation. And the Blue Hibiscus Project sticks to our roots and values. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tiffany Lowry, followed by Alex Besley.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Lowry, and I am a new member on the board, WHCHC. Like Clara, she spoke so eloquently. I am also a resident of the Courtyard at La Brea. I've been there 2 years. I am someone whose life has been totally impacted as well. About 2 years ago, I had been in the food and beverage industry for probably 18 years, bartending, waitressing, cocktailing, you name it. I had completely worn out the cartilage in my hip, my right hip. I could barely walk, I was on a cane, and I had to stop working. I was living right up the street on Poinsettia, it's the same neighborhood, paying fair market rent, $1,400, $1,450 a month, and all of a sudden my life was turned upside down. Financially, emotionally, not to mention the physical pain, I had control over nothing at that point. I got an email I got an email one day, and everything changed from there. It was from the Actors Fund. And I thought, wow, I'm going to jump on this. But there's no way, out of thousands of applicants, and sure enough, I got the lottery. And from that day forward, everything just fell into place, and my life changed overnight, literally. I was able to take what I had, move in. Everything just worked out. I was able to get back on my feet. I'm finishing a master's now in clinical psychology. Affordable housing is so needed. I worked every day. I had 3 jobs. It's not about, I know there's stigmas that we all have, and I have to admit I probably did too. The types of people that live in affordable housing, what does that mean for our community? It means that good people have the opportunity to have a good place to live, a safe place to live, and I'm just grateful that I was lucky enough to be a part of that, and I ask for your guys' support. Thank you.
Alex Basley, to be followed by Carl Lott.
Hello, Commissioners. First, let me thank you all for your service to the community by serving on this body. We really appreciate it. I know it's really tough work. My name is Alexander Basley. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for about 8 years and currently serve on the board of directors for the WHCHC. I also manage the West Hollywood Gateway on Santa Monica Boulevard and La Brea, as well as other retail shopping centers in Orange County and Los Angeles. I would like to read a letter of support that has been transcribed by current residents of the Detroit Bungalows that also includes an important request. Dear Commissioners, we are all current residents of the Detroit Bungalows who support the Blue Hibiscus project and look forward to moving in when it is completed. However, we are concerned about the question of guest parking. Every unit in the building will have dedicated parking space and will take cars off the street that are currently being parked there, since the Detroit Bungalows has no off-street parking. However, the Blue Hibiscus will have no guest parking, and we know from talking with some of our neighbors who live in the Dillon that the residents of the building are not eligible for preferential parking permits, but must park either in the Dillon garage or at a meter. We understand that this will be up to the Planning Commission to decide whether or not we can continue to purchase preferential guest permits as we can do right now. We hope the Commission will decide to grant us this privilege. We are a low-income community, which means that most of our friends are also low-income. And we fear that if our friends cannot park on the street, they will not, or they may simply find excuses not to come see us in the evening. We hope the Commissioners will consider this request, and we respectfully urge them to rule in our favor. Sincerely, Mark Miller, Kenneth Campbell, David Paulison, James Hayes, Mary Diaz, and Greg Sanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Carl Lott, to be followed by Mark Edwards.
Good evening. I'm Carl Lott. I've lived in the city of West Hollywood for 27 years. I'm on the board of directors of WHCHC. One of the reasons I joined the board is because I love the diversity in West Hollywood. This is such a great community, and we really need economic diversity. There is such a need for affordable housing, and serving on the board of the directors of WHCHC has let me see how great that need is. And I just have a couple of points to note to you to point out how that need is continuing to grow. Just a couple of years ago, when we opened another project with 4 units, we received 2,400 applications for those 42 units. It's likely we're going to receive that many again for the new projects. The needs continue to grow, and the Blue Hibiscus project with its 22 units will be a small step, but it's an important step in that direction. We really do need this project, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Mark Edwards.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Edwards. I represent the applicant. I've been doing the community outreach, but I'm here to share 2 inputs from community members who support the project. The first person is Andrew Falk. He lives at 1133 North Formosa Avenue, is president of the Homeowners Association. And he wanted to share that he thinks that Detroit could use a little sprucing up, as it is, in his opinion, the shabbiest street in West Hollywood, I bet. And we certainly need more affordable housing. It's true all the construction is getting annoying, but a 22-unit building is a much smaller deal that these several hundred-unit buildings popping up around here and the other two low-income. And but basically wanted to say that the other two low-income buildings that were built by WHCAC on Detroit, he really likes them. He thinks they're a wonderful addition to the community. And then the other person is Lynn Russell, who lives and has a business in the city of West Hollywood. And she wanted me to share that the Blue Hibiscus project on Detroit is an outstanding project, worthy of your approval. Clearly, it has reached high standards with its aesthetics and sustainability goals, giving special attention to consideration of future residents and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. It is my understanding that all current residents of the Detroit bungalows have the right to move into the building at their current rent rate, or if appropriate, may even qualify for one of the specific designations lessening their rent. The WHCAC will assume all relocation expenses. This particular project underscores the contribution of several WHCAC projects, particularly the outstanding location on Havenhurst, which appears exemplary in many respects. Please consider a unanimous approval. Thank you.
David?
The following people chose not to speak, but they wanted their views read into the record. They are all in support of staff's recommendation of approval. Kathy Blavis, Stephanie Harker, Esteban Matamero, Karen O'Keefe, and Frederick Minchell.
Thank you. And applicant rebuttal, Robin, Jesse, who? There was nobody testifying, saying anything against it, so there's not much to rebut.
I just want to reiterate that all of the residents of the Detroit bungalows may move back into the building when it is done. And I think Jesse can talk a little bit. There was a question about what if the construction takes a long period of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. The City of West Hollywood's current required relocation payment for qualified tenants, which is usually just defined as seniors or people with disability, is $17,000. We are paying on average $40,000 to each tenant, more than double what's required by the city. So yes, there is a risk that there could be delays, but we are more than doubling the current city requirement in terms of relocation compensation. And any relocation compensation remaining when they move back, residents are entitled to keep. We're not going to be reducing benefits if the project is faster, completed faster, and they move back earlier. Everyone's entitled to their full relocation compensation.
What if El Nino comes and rains delay construction? Are there reserve funds to assist for longer subsidies in case?
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you get the idea.
I get the idea. We are estimating that the time of displacement would be 24 months. The relocation compensation is based on 42 months. So we have not quite double, but almost. We have about a year and a half additional built in.
What about the question that one of your witnesses brought up about the parking for guests?
We fully support that. We would like the residents to be eligible to have preferential parking permits.
All right, thank you. Anything, Robin? Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
I have a very just elementary question, and maybe the architect is the one that can answer it. It seems silly, but originally I had heard one of the comments from the design review subcommittee about the laundry room and the gym being on the upper floor, And, I was thinking that doesn't seem right. However, when I look at all the community space and all of that, I thought, well, gee, how nice. Put in your laundry and, go and have a cup of coffee or whatever. But I just wondered, what do you do extra since that is above apartments, whether it's the gym or the laundry? What do you do extra so that there's no disturbance below?
Hi, my name is Lise again. This is something that we did consider, and it was brought up in one of the early meetings with the neighbors. And so we have been asking around. We would engage an acoustic consultant whose specialty this is. But in the past, our experience has been that there are isolators that we can introduce. There are thicker underlayments that we can introduce to the floor assembly that help to mitigate both vibration and noise. That typically works, and there's they would help us with the specs, but it's a fairly straightforward mitigation.
So you are taking that into consideration?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'd like to ask a quick question. Actually, that's a good question, Sheila. Following up on that, was the question that was raised at the design review subcommittee by the other, by I don't know who it was, but the person who brought this up about the laundry in the gym, was it a question of noise or was it a question of access?
My understanding was a question of noise and vibration.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Donald?
Yeah, I was at the meeting. I think it was also an issue about plumbing, because people were worried that if for whatever reason the plumbing backed up, that there'd be a leak in the units below. So that was the concern. But that was more, that's a practical issue. The building and safety, I guess, will.
Yeah, my question had to do with there's a couple of conditions I guess Commissioner Lightfoot is proposing that go into the resolution. You're okay with those? Yes. And when do you plan on starting construction and asking folks to relocate?
We currently anticipating giving notices to vacate I want to say within the next 30 days, but we're not going to give people notices on Christmas Eve.
You're not going to give them notices?
I said we're not giving I want to say in the next 30 days or so, but we're not giving people notices on Christmas Eve.
Okay.
People get 120 days, and then any eligible tenants, which are tenants who are 62 and older or disabled, can extend the term for 1 year.
Stay there.
So we do not anticipate starting construction until December of next year.
Okay, and then my other question is, the condition, when you give notice, is there some kind of packet you give them? Because how do they, I think everybody would, obviously they probably know it, they can express an interest to move back in, but they have to give that to you in writing within 6 months if they have an interest to come back. But is that something that you explain to them when they leave?
Yes. This is a newly presented condition to us, but we absolutely have no problem including that in the relocation
But is
package.
that something you do anyway? You plan to do anyway?
Yes.
And I mean, what I'm saying is the document in writing when you give your notice to them, the 120-day notice, is it?
Yes.
Or longer to age 50 seniors, et cetera. Do you put that in writing that they can express an interest to come back?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jesse, also along those lines, you sent me the fact sheet, and that's what I used as a basis for what I thought should go into the resolution. Because as this project has gone along, what really garnered the community support was the fact that, that you're guaranteeing that all of the existing residents can go back. So there are several points on the fact sheet that you gave me, and the language that is going into this condition is a little more vague, which I'm not really that happy about. But along the lines of what Donald was asking, I think that we need to know that there is a process in place by which no one is going to fall through the cracks. It's like that opt-out, the choice whether you can opt out versus have to positively opt in. So I don't know exactly what the process is, but I would like the condition that we have to be a little more concrete. Would you be opposed to that?
No, we're not opposed.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Were you thinking maybe that there be in the packet some kind of form that they could fill out, that they could present, that would clearly demonstrate their
Yes,
interest in writing?
and almost, and I would rather see it be something where they would have to say that they did not want to come back. Or it has to go through rent stabilization, or something like that.
My only concern with having it be an opt-out instead of an opt-in is that the demand for these units is overwhelming. So to hold a unit and then find out that someone doesn't want it.
Oh, no. I meant like immediately. I didn't mean like down the road. And I don't know whether rent stabilization could be the, could oversee that or whatever. I'd just like something a little more concrete in the condition.
Yes, what I was asking, is that when you give them their notice, their 120-day notice, that it's part of that noticing.
Absolutely.
And so they're obviously going to receive that notice, and do they need to sign that, acknowledge that they received it, the notice?
I believe the answer is yes, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would imagine, because you're going to notify them, and then you're going to make a payment to them.
Yes.
So they obviously, okay. And Elizabeth Savage is here from Rent Stabilization. Can she, perhaps can we ask her to come up and add something to
maybe
this?
staff can help us out with this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. It's nice to see you all again, and Mr. Chair as well. I'm Elizabeth Savage, Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization. There are two factors in a condition. One is making the condition, and the other is the comfort level that it would be fulfilled. This developer at 1234 Hayworth, when it was a fully Ellis building by a private developer, pursued every prior resident and found many of them, as much as possible, that had other tragic situations. Some of the prior residents had passed away. But as soon as they got the property, they were able to bring back, I think it was 7 or 8 residents to 1234 Hayworth, some of whom are still there today. So they have a track record in being able to do this, which is important. You can add a condition if you want to, that's your prerogative, but an opting out or opting in, the assurance is that people have a full opportunity to come back to a high quality product, and this developer can bring us that. They've assured the community publicly over and over again. If they violate that, it's not a good thing. They wouldn't do that. I have confidence in their capacity to do this. The work that they did in bringing folks back at 1234 Hayworth, I have to tell you, was extraordinary. I go to housing conferences. I know what they do and don't do, and they provided much care for who had been West Hollywood residents to have them come back. So that's my 2 cents on it. If you want us to interact with the Housing Corp on this further, we can do that. We work with them closely, regularly on these things. If there are any blips or things like that, we stay in close communication additionally. So if there's a condition or some sort of oversight you want us to do, we typically don't do that. Governing bodies don't govern the developer in that way.
And it's in the record this evening, actually.
We also have, because we're using federal funds in the project, we have a very detailed relocation plan, which we're happy to share with you. And it really is the path that we have to walk, that our tenants get to walk with us, and that our relocation consultant follows. And we're happy to share that with you.
Is that it, Sheila?
Yeah, I think maybe we might be able to tighten up the language just a little bit. It says, current tenants shall retain the right to move into units in the new structure upon certificate of occupancy, so long as interest to move in is expressed in writing by the tenant to the applicant within 6 months of being issued a notice to vacate. That sounds like the residents have to take it upon themselves to write a letter in the proper structure, you know, and get that off. That doesn't sound like it's something that's part of the package where, you know, they can check a box and say, yes, they want to come back, and I'd like to see it something more like that.
Your having expressed the concern tonight will make us extra vigilant about it. Remember that the Housing Division signs off on the certificate
Okay.
of occupancy, and we would not sign it until we had assurances of some paperwork from them. So I would say don't worry. They're not going to risk their public reputation, and we're not going to let people fall through the cracks.
Yes, and I do know how to go back and watch videos of these meetings, so thank you very much.
And if I could just add on to that, the way that the condition is worded, it does not preclude a form being provided in the packet, which would allow a resident to check a box and just sign their name. So that can be done in
I
the
would,
documentation.
personally, I think that would be a worthwhile thing to do, so that we have very specific, because I would hate for somebody not be able or be uncomfortable about sending a letter, making sure it has the right verbiage in it to indicate that they are interested in returning.
Thank you, Sue. Yeah, I think so.
Would you want Ms. Savage to hold their hand and make the mark?
No.
No, that wouldn't be necessary, but if we could change the language somehow to make it a form, return the form that's included, that would be included in their package or something like that. Could you help us here?
Sure. The condition is drafted just to say that something in writing needs to be received. And that really preserves the record so that, you know, the units aren't being held without some sort of evidence that the unit is desired by a person who would fill that unit. So it's balancing, you know, a couple of different needs here. And, you know, again, the requirement that it's in writing doesn't preclude what it sounds like you are looking for, which is just the easiest way possible.
Okay, but how about the provided form, expressing the applicant's desire be returned in 6 months, something like that?
Yes,
The
we can.
a provided form, something. Can we change it?
Yes,
like that?
we can definitely add in a reference to a form that will be provided with the relocation
Okay.
package.
I should say 6 months after being issued a notice instead of. The language of being issued a notice, it should be within 6 months after issued a notice to vacate. It's much clearer, I think.
Ready to close the public hearing? Yeah.
We can just add a sentence after that that states that a form shall
Sheila,
be...
is that sufficient? All right, and is there any more discussion or any more comment?
I move the item.
Let's then close the public testimony portion of the public hearing.
I made a motion to approve the project with the conditions outlined, condition 1.7, modified with your modified language, condition 1.8, and condition 6.14, and condition 6.15. And City Attorney, we don't need to bring this does not need to come back to us, right? Because you can incorporate this right into the resolution.
That's correct, with the caveat that I just want to read the exact language into the record so that it's clear. I would propose revising condition 1.7 to read, current tenants shall retain the right to move into units in the new structure upon certificate of occupancy, so long as interest to move in is expressed in writing by the tenant to the applicant within 6 months of receipt of a notice to vacate the existing premises, which may be satisfied by completing and returning a form to be provided in the relocation package.
Great.
Very good.
Yes, that's wonderful.
The only thing I was struggling with on this was, I know that there was a notice, somebody at least one, was it a tenant of the building wrote a notice, or some tenants about waiving the condition in here of having to do with preferential, not allowing parking permits. My preference would be just to leave the condition in here. I don't really feel I'd want to take it out. I just think it's going to start a precedent. And I would imagine if it's an affordable housing building, are all 22 spaces going to be used anyway? We closed the public hearing, so you can't really answer the question. And also, there is an opportunity to get, I think, a generous amount of guest parking permits each year. So.
Actually, I think this might be a good time to make a recommendation, because I do not think that the daily parking passes are now available at Plummer Park. Can someone confirm whether or not that's the case?
We don't know at this
Well,
time.
because if someone has a car and they're going to be parking there, they can certainly drive to get one of the daily parking passes. If someone does not own a car and they have a spot, then their guest can park in their spot. So, I think actually this might, they're better off than some of the other units. But I think that we should make a recommendation that parking permits become available at Plummer Park for people to pick up. I think now it's City Hall, the Sheriff's Station, and Kings Road parking lot. So just as an aside, maybe we can make that as a recommendation to
Was not
City
part of this,
Council.
wouldn't be part of this resolution.
No,
though.
no.
Yeah, just as an aside.
No.
And also, as far as, obviously, I made a motion for the project. I think it's a wonderful project, and we need the additional housing, and it's so well designed. So congratulations to the Housing Corporation and to all the tenants, and hopefully they'll all return.
And I second the motion.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for such a beautiful project.
All right, everybody vote, please.
And I just want to be clear on the parking, so we are not moving forward with preferential parking.
We're leaving, no, we're not, we're leaving the condition in here. Where
Condition that,
they cannot have preferential parking.
We have 5 votes. One more, please.
They cannot have parking permits, preferential parking permits, but they can have visitor parking permits.
We have 5 votes. One more, please. Thank you. Motion passed unanimously. Thank you all very much.
The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Item 11A was passed to the consent calendar. Item 11B, the Planning Commission meeting scheduled for the next calendar year. David, is that you?
There is no presentation. If the commission feels comfortable with the dates, they can go ahead and adopt that. And if there are changes, you can let us know as well.
Well, right now, what we're adopting is the only one you canceled. You don't have any cancellations on that, do you? The 1st of January only.
Yeah, that's all we have at this time. Traditionally, throughout the year, we will ask the commission regarding specific holidays and dates as we get closer, depending on how busy the schedule is.
Okay, so I'm fine with that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Unfinished business. 12A was moved to consent calendar and passed. No excluded consent calendar. David, your update?
No real update tonight. I just wanted to let everyone know our next 2 meetings are canceled, the 17th of 2015 and then January 7th, 2016. Our next meeting will be on January 21st, 2016.
Well, that means Happy New Year's, everybody.
Happy New Year.
And a
Merry
good holiday
Christmas, Happy
season,
New
Merry
Year.
Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, all that.
David, any public comment? David, any public comment?
Yes, we have two. Our first speaker is Dan Morin.
Again, Dan Morin, City of West Hollywood. And all you lovely people out in the dark. I was very impressed by the zeal of the opponents of the towers in St. Ambrose. I just wish that that zeal would also, and the comments from the members of the commission regarding the individuals who showed up tonight in force to oppose Verizon, which shot themselves in the foot royally, would be translated into, before I have a senior moment, I digress for a moment. And no, I'll just do this for the public record, because the WHCHC, I hope I said that right. It took me forever to say GLCSC when I was at AIDS Project Los Angeles. That was about 3 months, but now they've changed the name. Anyway, this 22-unit apartment building on Detroit, I would hope that the monies, or the WHCHC would definitely petition the City Council to approve construction of affordable housing at the lot the city now owns at the southwest corner of Crescent Heights and Santa Monica Boulevard, the former Walgreens site. I've heard rumors that that's going to be possibly a parking lot, which is appalling to me. The city is in desperate need of affordable housing, and I can't imagine a better location than to have it go up on there. So that's my recommendation to the people who are not in the room, WHCHC, to the members of the commission, to the city council, et cetera, and so on. But getting back to the zeal of the people who are opposed to the tower, I was ambivalent when I came into the room. As I said, I think Verizon did an incredibly poor job on a presentation for a multi-billion-dollar company, but I cautioned the people who came up to me with positive comments after I had some comments of my own, that Verizon, unlike people who appeal your decisions to move construction along, Verizon has enormous wealth to get the best possible attorneys you can imagine, and they are certainly not going to take this lying down. I just wish that the people who were here, who were applauding, who were congratulating each other, I said to a few of them, where are you when the commission, when you people approved the demolition of affordable housing that's just coming down the pike like there's no tomorrow? I just wish that they would translate that energy in trying to get affordable housing in the city. It's just I guess if it doesn't affect you personally, unfortunately, there's no motivation. And I wish you a very happy holiday again, now that there's only us intimate group here.
Thank you. Michael Vokulevich.
So one last time, Michael Wojtkiewicz, City, West Hollywood. I want to thank you all, especially those commissioners who were here a year ago, because ironically, tonight, or this date, pretty much signifies a year which I came before you on the issue of cell towers. Not that I needed to, because my circumstance was that AT&T needed no planning commission review. AT&T was taking advantage of the fact that a mixed-use development came upon the boulevard at Sierra Bonita, zoned C3, 3 stories, 30 feet, got double bonus, 5 stories, 50 feet, and that was their sweet spot, 50 feet. They needed no public no public review, no public notification. And I came before you after presenting a petition to City Council on November 3rd, 2014 of 200 signatures, following it up on the 17th of November, stating the inequity that happens when you force people onto the boulevard and what is happening. And I was hoping to talk about this on the aging in place thing, is because the city is changing, the village is gone, and some of the people who are being, I use the word forced, it's an option. You know, when you're pushed onto the boulevard, low income, next year you're going to have 77 units of senior at Avalon Bay. It's 24/7 noise. Your health, especially for those disabled, which is already compromised, leads more likely to stress, hypertension, diabetes, and other things. So I think this is something that I'm going to talk to Elizabeth Savage about more, but I'm going to be bringing it up as to the appropriateness for some segments of our society being put onto the boulevard. The best thing about the Blue Hibiscus is this: everyone gets to come back. And trust me, it wasn't a typo last year. I was in the meetings. The person who said how important affordable housing is to her, and I get that because it is to me, they voted for the potential permanent displacement of long-standing West Hollywood residents. I took a stance. I was the only one. It wasn't easy. It's cost me, and that's okay because it was worth it. But the second thing best about Blue Hibiscus is that it's not on the boulevard. So you made a very special evening even much more special. You could tell that you all were enjoying it, and so were we. Thank you.
Thank you. Items from commissioners. Sheila?
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Sue.
Same here. Look forward to seeing you next year.
Same here, thank you.
Donald?
Ditto.
Sue? Stacy?
Same.
And same from me. This meeting is adjourned until January 21st, Thursday, in this room, 2016.